We're back. We're back on hour number 10 right now. So uh you know, we've got this started. We're going to be joining the Brainy Brunch right now for some networking. Please look in the comments of the last event. You got the link. Join us. There's so many people that can join with us. Let's have fun. Let's network. Let's talk together. Here we go. No, that one's not it. Do. Okay, Rock, we are live on the 22
Terrific.
hour podcast. The first question I would like to
She's over with her mother now. She's taking care of her mother, taking care of mom, just holding her hand and just sitting there holding her hand for hours at a time. Yeah, I was telling, her husband when he was in hospice at the final days, the little hospice nurse came over and she said, Bill, were you ever in a fire or an explosion? And he said, nah. And she took some other information. She walked out in the hall and I said, went up to her. I said, I know you're about under 30, but I said, did you see that tattoo on his arm? That was the USS Nevada. He turned 19 on D-Day, firing on Normandy. And then he went to the South Pacific and he was hit by a kamikaze plane and the gun turret next to him. So I think he's been in a fire and explosion. They just didn't talk about it.
I remember you telling that story. Yeah, my dad never talked about it. I have this. This is from 19. It's a cover of a magazine from what's the year after the war ended, September 1946. Some guy entered it into a contest, and he won. But my dad had no idea he had his picture taken.
So that's what we talked about earlier, didn't we, Zach?
It's amazing.
That's the reason we're doing the podcast. Okay. Okay. So let's what do you want to do now? Well, okay. Do the regular Brainy Bunch thing. Okay, well, yeah, we do. And by the way, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know if I'm going to run out of time or not because of the Happy Neighborhood project screwed up this Enterprise edition, and I've only got so many minutes. So what we can do after that is Brien has another link we could get on if we finish
We
that
could
or
even
what,
reopen this one.
or reopen this one. That'd be better.
We can do that.
Okay, Lee Rosenblum's coming in. Let him come in, and he's been a regular. Yeah, I haven't either. Him and Carolyn have been busy this year. They were right. Yeah, I know.
I cried a little.
I can't, Zach. I can't imagine that.
We blackmailed her. We blackmailed her. Well, it's funny. One of the things about the Brainy Brunch is I had a guy named Brian Mills, which is one of my clients on Agora support, and I was taking care of his Agora CRM, and he came on here, and he got to know Lee Rosenblum, and they didn't know who each other were, and they only live a couple miles apart, so they got to physically meet each other. So that's how networking works, really. All right, we'll start out. And Taq'uee, you want to give your first on my screen? You want to give your 30-second pitch?
Yes, sir. I am the connector. Connection is my thing. Connection is everything, and everything is connected. So that's what I do. Been doing it for a while, gotten pretty good at it. Wrote a book on it, and that turned into a connected community. And More about that can be found at my website, connectedministry.org. And my contact info, you can kind of put my name, Taq'uee Hicks. Don't know how to spell that. That's TAQUEEHICKS.com.
Pretty easy to find on LinkedIn. You come up right away.
Yes, sir.
Next up is Brien, my new friend. And Brien, you have a very interesting background and everything. Tell us about yourself.
Thanks. Happy to be here. It's been a road littered with explosions. Loss of my dream job, a divorce, run out of money. The only smart thing I did was I took notes on all of it and systematically started making emergency procedures the same way that I did when I was a bomb technician in the Navy. My work centers around the difference between freedom from anxiety, freedom from stress, freedom from poverty, to freedom to. I am free to serve, right?
Yeah.
And I've got probably 8 tools that I use, everything from breath work all the way up to the non-conscious mind connection, in the same way that Nikola Tesla and Einstein downloaded those things. That's what I'm facilitating. Not my way of breathing, not my way of dealing with fear, but helping people uncover their very own thumbprinted approach to the biggest stressors in life. Stress is success. And Taq'uee, I love Metatron's Cube. I'm really into sacred geometry in a big way. And I'm looking for ways to share my art because they're extremely healing. So I don't know how to do that yet, and maybe you do.
Well,
It's all connected, bro.
The whole point of the Brainy Brunch is making intimate connections and everything. And sometimes the more intimate we get here, the deeper the connections go, as I said earlier. And one of the things is we do encourage you to eat. This is the Brainy Brunch. This was a bit originally started so that entrepreneurs could take their brunch and maximize their brunch hour. And people that were too busy to actually do all the networking and TED Talks and motivation and all that in one, we tried to combine that all. And that's what the Brainy Brunch is all about. And speaking of that, he has brains and he's eating his brunch, is Lee Rosenblum.
Well, thank you so much, David. I've been missing you guys for 2 months. I don't know. I remember from the last time I saw you, maybe 3. And I know some of you here, remind me, and I came late because I was in the process of trying to finish up with a client. What are you looking for now? Just a brief introduction?
Yeah, give your 30 seconds right now. Mm-hmm.
All right, good. So I am a financial educator. I will teach you the things you probably should have learned in 7th grade, but I'm sure you didn't. Mm-hmm. I have seminars and webinars to do that. It just so happens to be here in Sacramento. I'm doing a big event for about 200 women on the 13th of March. It will not be virtual, but I do things afterwards to follow up. You would see me as a financial advisor, coach, and planner. I do all that. Today, I'm working with a few couples who, when they come to me, they basically say, what happens? What the heck do I do? And that's kind of the beginning of the conversation.
Cool. Next up is for my card lady, Carolyn Williams.
Yeah, the digital business card lady. Yes, that's what we do, digital business cards. But really, today it's all about people that are serving and have served. So thank you. I've got my Army hat, my Navy magazine, my Coast Guard shirt. I just ran out of places to put the other things. So I just want to literally tip the hat to say thank you all. Thank you to the veterans. Remember, we've got a bunch of people that look at you like bigger than rock stars. So definitely get out in the community and let the littles know what you do and did. And I just looking at my great niece is a Girl Scout. So on my For My card, I've added a button on my For My card for my great niece's Girl Scout cookie store. Her biggest thing that she loves to do to hit the level where she gets to bring cookies to active duty military.
Nice.
And this kid has met Broadway stars and she's had a very big life since she was an infant, and this sends her over the moon. So she and her little Girl Scout troop to deliver cookies.
And I don't know how this timer thing works, but if we do get cut off, I'm going to go hook back on with the same link that we got on here before. Okay, we'll do it that way. My name is Dave Rocky. My company is Your Office SOS. What we do is we are the back office for anybody that is too busy doing the details back here on the back end and can't get out front of their business to be the face of their business. That's what we do. We take care of the details in the business, so get you out front of your business. So if you're drowning in a sea of stress, Call your office SOS and we'll turn your life from crappy to happy. One thing that we do is I want to talk about why Zach on here and why it's important. We talked about all the World War II veterans that came home that I grew up with, and especially my uncle. I was telling you about my father-in-law who was on the USS Nevada. Well, he fired on D-Day, and then he was 19 the day D-Day, June 6, 1944, and then they went immediately to the South Pacific, and he actually has films of him in Iwo Jima before we even landed, and they were ready to fire, but there was 4 minesweepers going across the film that he had. And I said, my uncle was on one of those minesweepers. He said, it must have been one of the lucky ones because one of them got hit by a mine and didn't catch it in time. And my uncle was on that minesweeper. He was 17. He actually said he got circumcised on the minesweeper for some strange reason. They did that back in World War II at 17. And but he was one of the things that the minesweepers did is before the Battle of Iwo Jima, they would go and sweep the mines. But after that, their job was to go and get the bodies out of the bay. And he was 17 years old, and he never recovered from that. I'm telling you, he never recovered. He was a mean drunk his whole life. He was a fighter, belligerent, and just could never process it right. And that's the kind of thing that we're talking about now. So with that, I'll take it over to Zach, and you can continue. Good. Yeah, and one of the things the Brainy Brunch is really probably my biggest mistake was over the holidays in November. We put it on hiatus because it seemed like every Thursday was was a holiday. So from Thanksgiving on, so we put it on hiatus. And when we did that, we lost some of the steam and momentum because we'd been up in double digits from the inception of this. But again, I think there's also right now seeing some of the other networking events and everything, there's a little bit of online networking burnout or fatigue, if you will. But what the Brainy Brunch has in one way downsized in far as its numbers go, as Zach will tell you, he's been faithful all year. The just one of the things that we've had is the last couple of meetings, we've really got in depth to know each other and in depth to really develop a deeper camaraderie and relationship. So it's what it's lost in quantity, it's gained in quality. So I'm still going to continue it, obviously, and it's going to evolve and devolve or whatever. It takes the shape of whatever it will. And I think it has a place that we can get to know each other. But the ideal behind this was here's the format for some of you didn't know, was that we give everybody a chance. That entrepreneur, when I was a solopreneur, I didn't have a chance to do a lot of networking. I didn't have a chance to do a lot of things. The only thing I did was had a chance to take my brunch. And I wanted to maximize that. You know how we are. We're driven. We have to maximize every day of productivity. So I wanted to get on there and maybe do a little LinkedIn, maybe do a little networking here with but I wanted to see a TED Talk maybe and learn something. Then I wanted a motivational speech. So that's what we do. So our format is we give everybody a 30-second speech to get their information out there and their pitch. and then put their name in the chat. After that, we have usually a 10 to 15 minute either speaker or a TED talk or a motivational speaker that comes in and talks about their area of expertise so we can learn something, and then a Q&A. After that, then we have a 1 minute or 2 minute little motivational ditty to pick us up, because we know all need picked up in the middle of the day, all need to have a little motivation and inspiration. And then we have everybody takes their group picture and we tag each other on social media. We do that. After that, my wife usually is here. She spins the wheel and she picks out a lucky winner. And for that lucky winner, we commit to give them 3 leads that week. Commit to have them front and foremost on our focus, and make sure that we commit to give them kind of leads instead of just looking out for ourselves. So we commit to give them leads so they get that, and if they're the lucky winner. And then we break out into a one-on-one session if there's time left. If not, we just kind of just chit chat, and especially lately when it's just been 6 or 7 of us, we just kind of chit chat and share our wants, needs, and desires about the week. So that's the format of the Brainy Brunch. It's designed to get those entrepreneurs in solopreneurs and entrepreneurs in there that aren't in the usual networking spots. So as you go to brainybrunch.com, you'll see that I have both or brainybrunch.net. I'm sorry. We have both the we're trying to do a couple things and see what we can do, a book club and a Bible study and things like that. We're going to try to branch out and do some other things. So that's the name of that. And yeah, that'd be awesome, because we don't have a speaker this week, so we're just kind of winging it. So why don't everybody get 3 minutes to just really pour out what you do, what struggles you're having, what you need, what your ideal avatar client is that we can look out for, that kind of thing. Give us some information, and we'll start with Brien now.
Awesome. Cool. So anybody have a little bit of stress in their lives, maybe anxiety? You know anybody? Probably not you.
No, I don't know what you're talking about. What is this? Tell us more about that.
I heard that some people have some trouble sleeping. Not you guys, right? Well, as it turns out, stress is a big problem right now. Most people. Here's the challenge, and in my humble opinion, the difference between an amateur in business or a mission. Amateurs don't have a procedure for when shit hits the fan and life explodes.
Mm-hmm.
So juxtaposed to the Navy bomb technician, the 747 pilot, both engines are out, about to crash into the mountain. Hey, that's a great time for us to build an emergency procedure, right? Said no one ever. So the rest of us, we don't have an emergency procedure. You know, hey, honey, we need to talk. Like, oh no. Hey, I can't work with you this quarter. Like, man, I was counting on that $25,000 worth of revenue. Keep the lights on, right? Like, there's, in most people's lives, there's 3 to 5 triggers that cost us more than a day of creative flow time that we just give away. And so if somebody had a 3-step procedure, it could be take a breath. Why did I create this? What is it here to teach me? Hey, what do you love about me? Cool. So now in the course of 30 minutes, I'm back on mission, on task. And, you know, I get to just skydive into this mission instead of all the shame and guilt and how did I let this happen again and spiraling out of control. That's what I do. I use breath work for that. I use Reiki. I use quantum sound tuning, and then this connection to non-conscious mind. That may not mean anything to you. That's okay. It's part of the stair step, so that instead of having to go toe to toe, much like, you know, the revolutionary soldier versus the redcoats and forcing our way through business, what if we were to use asymmetric warfare and sneak up around the back? That's what I do. How the sausage is made is very complicated. I don't want to bore you with it, but just know that on the other side of that is like, I haven't been this relaxed in a year. You've helped me actually sleep. I don't need to take 5 energy drinks during my day. Holy shit, I got 25 hours back in my week, and my business increased by 22% because I'm looking at my business instead of buried alive with stress. So that's, I mean, I could talk for days about it. I built this over the last 13 years, wrote a book. I was fired as a result of not having this. So I built this for me, and it turns out it's useful for other people. And if you guys ever want a session, the first one's free. We talk, we breathe, we non-conscious mind connect, and you'll leave with a breakthrough and a procedure to help you turn stress into success. So that's my gift to you guys today, if you ever want to do that.
Awesome. And
I have a
again, this
question.
is the one thing about, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, question to Brien. Well, first of all, thank you for your service. I have a question. Did you learn this as part of being a bomb technician? Did you learn it before, or did this all come afterwards?
I learned the breath when I was on stage as Tony in West Side Story when I was 16. That same procedure I then applied to jumping out of airplanes at night when I was terrified. Like at night, weapon, rucksack, O2. I wasn't a very good bomb technician because I didn't have the long-term fear stuff. So I basically learned all of this after I was fired from my platoon before we went to Afghanistan. It was the best, worst day of my life. I took notes. I read Viktor Frankl's Man's Search for Meaning. The space between stimulus and response. All of my work has to do with widening the wedge between, the stimulus and response. So breath work. And then I spent a lot of money on coaching. I got to train with Wim Hof. Basically, I've been making tools on my skydive down, and then being able to repurpose to other people's needs and the shame, guilt, and unworthiness space, which fuels addiction and everything else that fear.
Thank you so much for sharing.
And that's one thing about the Brainy brunches that we share. We're open to all ideas. I'm an evangelical Protestant. Carolyn Williams is a Roman Catholic. Lee Rosenblum's Jewish. And in fact, but we talked when Carolyn showed the pictures of the Holy Land, we all had something in common. All of a sudden, we had a lot in common. And of course, we also we love to just share ideas. We all have the light that we're given. We all want to talk about how we got to where we got to and what gives us a source of strength. And we're open to anything. That's the problem in this world. There's too much division. There's too much closedness. And people are not open to talk about things. They want to close off. Right now, I just saw today, my wife was telling me she's holding her mother's hand, who's 97 and has dementia, and she's just sitting there crying and holding her hand. And my wife's just so stressed out about that. And she's so stressed out about the fact that our pharmacy got hacked today. In fact, several pharmacies got hacked today.
All over the country.
All over the country. And yeah. And she knows that the cyber attacks and the infrastructure are imminent, maybe. Who knows? So, there's a lot of things to get stressed about. So, yeah, I got 10 minutes left and then we'll reboot. Or I guess that'd be the best. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Zach. Appreciate you, brother.
Yeah. Well, we were talking today about 2 books, and one was The Art of War by Sun Tzu, which everybody should have read. We should have never been in Afghanistan. It was bad territory. There was a no-win situation. But I think everybody in West Point read it, but nobody followed it from the high up. So we get get crazy in this world. Anyway, Lee, go ahead. Yep.
Sure. Thank you. I was a social worker, by the way, Brien. That's one reason why I ask a lot of the questions you asked. I never did clinical work, though. I was a nonprofit fundraiser. I raised $250 million by literally going out and meeting rich people. And that was it was never in the job description, but that's really what I was tasked to do every day. And I coached a lot of young people to make phone calls that they never felt they could make, and to ask questions to people that they never thought they would be able to do, because it's so intimidating to deal with super rich people. That's what I did my first career. And because of that, I'd been recruited twice to go work for big Wall Street firms. But I knew if I worked for Wall Street, I'd have to do one thing every day nonstop. That was to make rich people richer. And that's all they cared about. And I since I'm a social worker, I wanted to find a company that dealt with middle-class people, middle-class problems. That's where I am now. Most of my clients are government workers and teachers, kind of people that never get help by big banks or Wall Street. The last few months, I've been super busy, thank goodness. After 10 years of getting a number of referrals and keeping super busy with people just trying to figure out, what do I do? And the basic thing people say to me is, okay, I've got this money. What happens? Can I retire? What should I do? What should I be fearful of? Not that I want to bring fear to people, but as a social worker, I have very serious conversations with people about, for example, I have a number of clients who have some kind of long-term care savings plan. And they didn't know they needed it until I asked them the question. I said, okay, when you can't get out of bed, who's going to wipe your butt? And I know, by the way, not everyone can have that conversation. I pretty much assure you, the people at Merrill Lynch and Goldman Sachs aren't having those kind of conversations with people. And so that's kind of how I approach it. And even though I'm not a CFP, I do a lot of financial planning things. So I can't really say, I can't usually, you put those words together, financial planner, only CFPs can say they are. But I'm a fiduciary, which is the highest standard of care the government recognizes. There's 3 standards of care. Thank you.
Lee,
You're right. I'm sorry.
I can't wait to virtually connect with you, man. The therapy, social work. I mean, there's no difference in that between somebody's relationship with money.
Oh, absolutely.
That
We got a lot to talk about.
That is absolutely the beauty of the Brainy Brunch. The connections we make here have been really good, solid, and deep, and that's one of the things. You said, Brien, that link, Zoom link, is your enterprise link up there?
It is, yeah.
So if after we got 6 minutes left, we'll have one more 3-minute speech, and then everybody copy that link and connect on that link that Brien put in. The Zoom meeting ends in 866.
9866, also my cell phone number.
Okay, but that's the Zoom meeting we all want to click on after this.
Yes, sir.
All right, so 3 minutes. Taq'uee, you got to go, and then we'll click on his Zoom meeting and finish this up. Okay, is that fair? Does that sound good, everybody? All right. Happy Neighborhood Project screwed this one up. No, I think. Go ahead, Taq'uee. He's frozen up. It's funny. We just last week we had on the Brainy Brunch we were on Xfinity. This week we're on Google Fiber. So the first switch over I did to Google Fiber, and I've really been happy with it. And it's about half the price of Xfinity.
Can you hear me?
Yep, Taq'uee, we're back. 3 minutes.
Hey, okay. So 3 minutes. Long story short, everything I do is based on 2 words. Those 2 words are just go. Those are the only 2 words I can truthfully say I heard from something within me when my life had basically dropped down to rock bottom. I ended up in the BICU, that's the behavior intensive care unit. Some of y'all that have in the military probably been there before. Me and my family like to refer to it as room 131. That rubber room I was in. And that's when those 2 words came to me, just go. And I didn't really understand it then, how deep I would get into it with that. But through those words, I was able to, my family was out on the street. We went from street to car to extended stay to finally we're in an apartment and moving up as we go. That was based on just that theory of just stop. I mean, no, don't just stop. Wow. Trying to move fast in this time, but just go. And then I added don't stop. So people who know me, they know I use those words all the time because that's what's in me. Part of that motivated me to start connecting, not first of all within myself. And from that, I started to see all the connections around me. And with that just go spirit, I started to self-educate myself, learn things like marketing, became a certified closer in marketing. So any of y'all that have leads that you need closed, I am certified to do that. Met with people with Agora, which is a funny story too. Everything's connected and there's no coincidences. My story with Agora is during the time, and a lot of them didn't know it at the time, but Vince was working with a company that I was a sales agent for called U.S. Merchant Systems, and they didn't know it, but I did. I was working out of my car then, and I was using Kinko's, the library. Those were my offices, and telling people basically they had to pay me in cash because my bank account was toe up.
Wow.
And then a long story short, trying to get back in that business, I found Vince and Agora, and I got back on with Agora. Like I said, there's no coincidences. Then I started realizing things that I could manifest with my mind. A few short stories on that. One time, I got this book. Like Brien, I do a lot of reading myself, and like I said, a lot of self educating myself. I read a book that showed me how to actually, I guess, make the active ingredient in LSD by using morning glory seeds. I took that, had a crazy trip, and at that time, I just focused on money. And this is the thing about the power of our mind that we don't understand. And I got deeper and deeper into it after dealing with having to care for my mom who had dementia as well. So the mind, that's where everything started.
Yeah.
So a long story short, with I Am Connected Ministries, it's two parts to that: connected minds, connected hustle. They both go together.
All right.
So, long story short, that next morning, not even thinking about it, I just called, and this is a true story, and I tell you the devastation behind this powerful mind that we have, these powerful minds that we have. The next day, I'm checking my bank account because I know I wrote a check. I don't know if any of you experienced this, writing that check that you're not sure that will clear. And so you're calling your bank to make sure that check cleared and, it didn't bounce. So I called my bank and it said something like $11,000 was in my bank account. So I quickly hang up. I'm like, I done dialed somebody else's bank account. I know my bank account should probably be short. So
Chucky, let's finish this after we got less than a minute. So I want everybody to click on or copy Brian's link there. It's the one that
Okay.
ends up in, you'll see it in the chat.
Got
Either
you. I
click on it or
copied it.
copy it, and we'll see you back there, okay?
Gotcha. I'll be back. Gotcha.
Yeah, finish over there.
Okay, everybody. So we're going to finish. We're going to transfer over to another Zoom account. You can see the Zoom account in the chat right now. We're going to finish over there. So join us. If you want to network, if you want to talk, come on in and join us, please. It's not a problem. You're more than welcome. So please come on over, join us, and let's have some fun. Once again, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who has been part of what we are doing. So give me just a second, and we are going to say thank you to all of our friends helping us make this happen.
I could text it. I could share it on social media. Like, that's pretty cool. And he's like, yeah, you like that? He's like, well, look at this one. Sends another link. And essentially it was a directory, or what we used back then, a business card binder. It had everyone in our chapter. Well, we wound up becoming the number one chapter in the number one region. And people wanted to talk more about digital business cards than the printing that we offer, because everybody, they printing just about anywhere. And somebody mentioned Kinko's. I think that was Kinko's. So like, he's running to the Kinko's, getting some work done. There's printings around you everywhere. But back then, digital business cards were not. So we made it its own company. And that's about 10 years ago. And we've got certain things we want to always over deliver. So we add value to it as much as we can. The latest value add was a downloadable email signature block. You can create groups on it. The group will generate its own QR code. You can have all the group information on there. Have as much content and change it as much as people like, and keep the price less than a box of business cards. So it's only $69.99 a year. We also have if you know me and you have a one-to-one with me and we talk, there's a chance that you could be a super affiliate at 42% thank you instead of a 5% thank you that you can find easily on our website. But it's a lot of fun because it helps other people get what they want. And that's just like our printing company. Let's help other people succeed and get what they want. Nonprofits use it for fundraising. Like I said, I added my great niece's Girl Scout cookie link to it because I'm out here networking with people around the world. And some people don't have a Girl Scout in their life, and doggone it, it's eating a memory. And is it Thin Mint or Dosey Dough? It tastes the same as it did when you were 5 as it does when you're 35, 45, 55, 65. So that's it. I love to help connect people. So we're not already connected on social media, or just I'm from the 1900s. You're welcome to call me on a thing called the telephone anytime. That's good too.
1900s.
Yeah. And Taq'uee, I seen a lot of Vince in you too. Vince thinks a lot of that same way you do. I see a lot of Vince there. Speaking of Vince and Agora, I am the customers. One of the things is your Office SOS does. We do a variety of things. We're not limited. We do a variety of business solutions. My wife is a career admin, so she does the admin task, keeping you straight, keeping your books straight, keeping your flight schedule straight, your personal schedule, any of that kind of admin stuff. I'm a business manager, and one of the things I do is I do a support for the Agora CRM. So I can get you involved in all that, where you don't have to create your own marketing, you don't have to create your own courses, you don't have to create all this stuff. I can do that for you. So you don't. That's the kind of stuff I do on the end. So any of the Agora related CRM stuff I can do. And we also do anything, like if you hear somebody saying, I could do more if I just had more time, or I could be more creative. The thing is about that, really we got into this business for was the fact that people get into solopreneurship, and 95% of them fail within the first 5 years. And one of the reasons they fail is because you can't do it all. And even if you think you can, you can't, because you don't. Even if you're working 24/7, 365, you're going to burn out. You're not going to have any creative juices anymore. You're not going to be you're going to work at less efficiency. It's like trying to work with that, Franklin Covey calls it the dull saw. You got to sharpen that saw. And even as the scripture said, you need to take a Sabbath. You need to take 1 and 7 to retool. So we try to give people that 1 and 7th day off so that they can retool, rethink, get in touch with themselves, and be creative and get. So you can't do that if you don't have a group like us. Marty and I both, and between the two of us, we have 100 years business experience. That's quite frankly. So you're getting a business coaches, because we've seen a lot of things. We have learned a lot of things on OPM, other people's mistakes and other people's money. So we offer that to you, business coaching and wisdom and everything else you can't get in the usual virtual assistant online business manager. So that's what we do. And it's our give back. And we've seen a lot of around a lot of corners and things that we give you to. And plus we can do the tasks. And at that being said, I'm going to turn it back to Zach to talk a little bit, and then we'll see what we want to do. Yeah.
Okay.
Mm. Mm.
Huh.
Thank you.
Yeah, always. I'm always ready, man.
Yeah. That's great. That's awesome. Let's take a group picture first before we can, so I can tag everybody on LinkedIn. The Taq'uee, get your pretty face in here, buddy. On the count of three, 1001, 1002, 1003. I'll post it on LinkedIn and tag everybody and Facebook. All right.
Cool.
Take it away, Brien.
Honor to have 2 minutes of your time and attention. Yeah. So, in the words of St. Francis of Assisi, preach the gospel, use words only when necessary. So I'm going to take the alternative meaning of your inspiration as to mean breath, the inspire. And so I just want to take 2 minutes and just breathe with you. If a picture's worth 1,000 words, a movie's a million pictures, and a feeling is worth all of the poetry ever written ever. And I just want to breathe in with you guys. So just breathe in however you like. Here's the key part, the exhale. That sigh of relief. When you breathe out, trust that next breath is going to be there for you. I've come to know that the breath is the metaphor for everything. He who has the biggest breath also has the most power. This sound in Aramaic, is the name of God. And my favorite Bible verse ever is the 150th Psalm. Let every breath praise the Lord. By the way, it feels really good too. So what we're doing in the exhale is we're making nitric oxide. Carolyn, that was a great exhale. Well done. Like really let go in these. And on your exhale, just let go of any tension that you have. So the exhale and the space between the breath. So just take a pause. Don't breathe in yet. Now breathe in. We just gave the diaphragm a chance to rest for the first time in years. It's always breathing. It's always moving for us. And when the diaphragm's resting, so are the rest of the organs. We're at a minute right now. Anybody feeling any more relaxed than before? Carolyn, you're smiling from ear to ear. You're doing it right.
I'm lightheaded too.
Good. Lee's looking at me like, what is this weirdo up to? That's all right. I judge myself. There's the smile. And then these last 20 seconds on the breath out, I want you to laugh with me. Last breath.
Stop laughing.
That's laughing yoga. That's a real thing. There are doctors that practice. Great on the yawning, Lee.
Sorry.
No. I love that. I love when people
Relax.
yawn. It's how I know the energy's moving or that there's been some stress relief. Thank you for playing full out, guys.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
Man, I feel so good after that. I do that every morning, and when I practice with other people, it's 10 times better. We're meant to do this together.
Well, I think one of the things too that I recommend highly is there's 31 Psalms in the book of Psalms, and there's 31 days in a month, and you read one for every corresponding day. I'm sorry, did I say Psalms? I meant Proverbs.
Proverbs.
I'm going.
Not more songs.
Yeah, there's 150. So you can read three. You can read three of them a day. It'd be good shape. Yeah, there's three Proverbs. Proverbs are broken up. If you read one per day, that corresponds with the day. That's really a good way to start your day too. By the way,
One of my kids was here. He this is when he was a teenager. He was a young teenager, and he got in some kind of trouble. And that's what he had to do. He had to write Proverbs every day.
a lot of wisdom Solomon had. It's funny he went through
Pretty
all
good
his.
lesson.
He went through all his phases and went through his phases, but you could tell by the end of his life at Ecclesiastics, he really got it all together then eventually.
Can I add one thing in 30 seconds?
Yes, absolutely.
Solomon, who was a wise man, asked his wise men, give me something to make me feel better. Because sometimes he was elated, sometimes he was depressed. And they gave him a ring. And the ring said, this too shall pass.
Ahim Amin Amen in truth and faith and trust.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's right.
Wow. Wow.
Boom.
God
Hey,
bless
Zach,
you. God bless
call
you.
me if you want to do some breath and tune up. If you need a little recharge, man, I'm happy to support you that way.
That's nice.
Sure, I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thanks for having us, and I appreciate you very much.
Really
Okay.
glad
Your
you-
good work, Zach.
Thank you. Thanks. All right, we'll see you
Appreciate
later.
you, Zach.
See ya.
Check out your post
Good
on
work, Zach.
LinkedIn.
Okay, again, that was look, that's a lot of fun. It's networking is something that some people take it really, really serious. Some people like to have a little bit of fun with it. This group is one that we try to have a lot of fun with it. We try to do things a little bit different. We want to make sure, which is something that's really cool with Community Pay It Forward. We thrive to do things a little bit different, and being able to, be part of the Brainy Bunch, which happens every Thursday at this time, whatever this time is for you. But look, one of the things that networking can do is, if you know somebody who's looking for a job, have them join us, because they can talk about what their what their qualifications are, what they do, what they enjoy, how they enjoy, things that they do all over the place. They can join us, and they can possibly get a chance to get that job that's been eluding them. There are so many things that we can do together. All we have to do is try. Again, about halfway through, so many good guests today. I want to start with Sean Whittington, who has donated one copy of each of his books that we're auctioning off right now. He joined me this morning, or the first section of this morning, when I had no internet. Yeah, it was annoying. It was terrible. So when you go back and watch the first hour and a half, I was on my phone. But we stuck to it. We didn't, we weren't going to go anywhere. We stuck to it. Then met our brand new friends, and I need to give them a shout out real quick, because they are really supporting us, and unfortunately I haven't had time to change the video, but I do want to say this. Alabama, the Alabama Paranormal Network is sharing this show. They're broadcasting this show. Spirit, Alabama. Thank you. They're sharing our show, and that to me means so much, because they're participating in what we're doing. Terry Wilson joined me in the second hour. Excuse me, lost my voice there for a second. At 3:20 this morning, Mountain Time. So she came on, she joined us, just doing wonderful things, talking, having a lot of fun. Then we were joined by Daniel Bello and Patty Daigle. Patty, she contacted me. She contacted me on the chat, and she said, "Hey, I heard about what you're doing, and I'd like to join you. I'd like to talk to you." Gave her the link. She came on and she talked to us. She was a 10-year Air Force vet. She came on, she talked. She had some great words of encouragement and shared great stories. Daniel runs Rescue Resident. And again, they turn ambulances into tiny homes. One of the organizations we are running to make money for today. Please scan the QR code, either make donations if you can. If not, bid on some of these items: the tool bag, the Yeti, the wine, the wine gift card, the gifts from Clayton's Creations, the Terry's readings, the books, the pans, the tattoo if you're in Northern Colorado. There's things in there. We need your help. So scan the code, either go to the silent auction, put a bid on it, help us out there, or simply donate if you can. Then Tim Mabry. and Kyle Goodnight both came on. Those two were amazing stories that worked together at that point because there were so many similarities there. Both first responders and both had some pretty traumatic times. They've turned those traumatic times into wonderful, wonderful things. We also watched a really fun video I did that was talking to oh geez, I'm drawing a blank now. I feel terrible. I'm wow, that's not good. But we were joined by Ricky Birkenstock and had again another great conversation. Ricky and I were joined by after that by Alan Holmes, Jared Smith, and Brian Muka. You guys just saw who Brian was in the networking. Showing you how to breathe. I know it sounds weird, but if you breathe in properly, it's harder on your system than it's not. And breathing can really be very relaxing. So the recording was with Carolyn from For My Card. Oh my God. I was just talking to her and okay. All right, look, I'm now in my 11th hour. All right, give me a little bit of a break. This is, I'm right there at the hump. So not quite over it yet, going downhill. I'm still teetering. I think I kind of maybe high-ended myself, but, So then we were joined by Sarah Kuoku, Emily, and Rob Hallman. That, again, 3 different things talking about jobs, talking about insurance, talking about your health. 3 different things aimed at one person, aimed at somebody out there who needs it. Ricky Birkenstock and I were also joined by Joe, who has offered for our auction a 1-month personal coaching program valued at $600. You know what? Starting bid, I believe, is $200. Come on. Why not? Bid $200. If you win it, get a $600 value. And that money goes to 9 organizations trying to help. Then I was joined by Debbie Hayes, Dogs and Tags, and Taq'uee Hicks. After that, it was Trevor Gibbs, Siobhan Cunningham, and Eric Maxwell. We just had the Brainy bunch. Had a lot of fun networking. And now it's time to move forward and get started with the second half of the day. I am very, very, very proud and honored to invite these 2 on with us. And we're going to be joined here pretty soon by another one of our missions. But first off is Tanya Block Roussin. Did I get that right? I got it completely wrong. Tanya Block Roussin?
Roussin.
It's
all right. Tanya Block Roussin.
I got it. Thank you. I would claim it was head injury. I just wasn't that smart to begin with.
It's okay. So, I hear it all the time. Not a problem.
But Smart Virtual Solutions, thank you so much for joining us and supporting us. And we're also going to be joined by Mr. Z. He is off camera right now, but I will be bringing him on as soon as he's done. He may be on a phone call. Very busy guy. One of our forever partners. There he is. Here he is. Look at that. Call him and he shall appear. So like the magic man he is. But thank you both very much for joining us. it's been an amazing day. There's been a lot of conversations had that we've put a lot of people together that aren't in a similar situation, but you two are. You guys work around the technology thing. Mr. Z is a wonderful, wonderful web designer, web guru. And Tanya, you work a lot. You have a lot of information about what's going on right now with these emails that people really need to know. Can you tell us what is going on? Because everybody's getting these warnings that are saying, get this done. Not a lot of people understand how to do it, though.
Absolutely. So Google and Yahoo are trying to protect us as consumers, and they're doing the things that they've been, that the laws and the regulations have said that need to be done anyway. They're just putting a lot more security in place. So as consumers, they're protecting the email boxes. For us as businesses, or for people as nonprofits, or anyone trying to send emails to consumers of any sort, we need to step up our game a little bit and have different codes put into the background of how we send emails. So it's kind of convoluted, but the key things is you can't. It's best if you no longer send emails from your free Gmail or free Yahoo account. You want to have a business or an actual certified domain connected to it, a purchased domain. Then we put specific what's called DNS codes. And DNS codes basically means it's the things that tell the computer what to do, where to send them, how this email comes across, things like that. It's the zeros and ones, it's that stuff. So you need to have specific different codes back there. Then you need to make sure that people can unsubscribe from your emails very easily. It's called a one-click unsubscribe. Now there is a permanent record that says they're going to watch you. So you need to make sure that your emails are reaching the inbox, that you're not having bounced emails, that you're sending to good email addresses, that type of thing. So, and that your content is good, that people are engaging and that they're actually opening it, because those are going to be rated for you now too.
Tell me this, with all of these changes that people are making, is it going to make it to where you get spammed less? Because I know that my emails a lot of times end up in the spam boxes, and not that people put them there. It's just that's where they go to. And I don't use a free account.
Mm-hmm. That's the general idea, is that there is going to be less spam, but let's be honest, the people that want to, so in my business, there's a lot of the gurus that are out there that say, go buy a list or go scrape a list and then get a free email account and start sending your cold sales letters out. That's not necessarily going to stop. Hopefully it slows down, but people are still going to try to get around the system in one way, shape, or form. So I would love to say that it's going to stop spam. It's not. It is going to make things more difficult for us as businesses or as nonprofits trying to get our information out. But it just means that us that are following the rules, we're just going to continue to follow the rules, and hopefully we'll be the ones that don't. They're going to be stopped for a little while until they figure out a way around it.
Well, I don't mind being a goody two shoes once in my life, I guess. So, I'm gonna be working with you on Tuesday, and I greatly appreciate that. I desperately need the help. If anybody knows that, it's this man here. Mr. Z is the creator of Community Pay It Forward, and the guy that I run to all the time going, help me because I don't know what I'm doing. And he hears that all the time. Matter of fact, he heard that today. So he jumps and helps me out. Z, how you doing, brother?
I am privileged and grateful for being here. Very nice to meet you, Tanya. And
nice to meet you.
Thank you. And my brother from another mother, you are the person that's bringing the magic here. I'm just the extra Z in the alphabet, and you, sir, are definitely the person that's bringing awareness to something that we all need to talk about. And I'm glad to hear that there are people like professionals like yourself and Tanya that are bringing awareness to spam protection. And I was rolling my eyes before because there are those gurus with or without beers that say, oh, just, sell to these people cold-heartedly and with no effort whatsoever. So I have to agree with, actually, I want to agree with Tanya with everything she said. And, your prevention of not having to deal with people that are going to eventually keep you blacklisted in your emails as well. So I think it's great. So my long answer to that is I'm doing okay. I'm fortunate to be here, and I want to say thank you both very, very much for having me here on this patriotic podcast. We've been running for 22 hours so far.
Well, Z, we had our good buddy on, Trevor, about 2 hours ago, and Trevor was talking about something that we try to bring light upon all the time, which is something similar to what Tanya was just talking about, and that is accessibility of your website, making sure that people who are differently abled are able to access your website. It's ridiculous to me why people wouldn't do it. And no, that does not mean that you put a wheelchair ramp on your website. And yes, we have had somebody ask us that. No joke. Well, why do I need to put a wheelchair ramp on my website? Me being the smart aleck I am, I really wanted to say, well, why not? Or something snarky. But you look, I don't know why you would tie your hands and say, well, I want everybody to buy my products except for people who can't see my website. Why would you do that? I mean, it just doesn't make any sense to me. I know you're one who is very, very particular in making sure your websites are accessible to everyone. Why is this such an important thing for you?
I appreciate you asking that, and I assume that's for me, correct?
Yes, yes.
Oh, great. Yeah, I know what you're referring to, and let's just say those people have that dinosaur mentality of being a T-Rex, and we're living in the year 2024 at this point. I know it sounds futuristic, but if it's one thing that'll stay forever, and I hope it will, is the Americans with Disabilities Act, making sure that we're not discriminating against those who are differently abled or living in different ways. It's so important. I mean, imagine this. You're going to a restaurant, but how would you feel if you went to a restaurant that was too dark? You couldn't even see the menu. And unfortunately, someone would tell you, hey, I know you want to dine here, but why don't you go across the street where they're more accessible for those who are in wheelchairs? I mean, someone wants to learn more about your product. Someone wants to learn more about your mission and your cause. Why alienate those that want to give back to the community and spread their awareness? But of course, the importance of having your website or apps or everything accessible for those who are differently abled goes beyond just making things accessible. It's the experience, making sure that you're cognizant of them being people too. I mean, there are individuals who are either born differently abled or some things have happened, whether it's on a permanent basis or on a temporary basis, where they've experienced what it's like or experiencing what it's like to be differently abled. And I don't mean to label anyone. I mean to say that if someone is living in a way that's different from what I take for granted, such as walking and being able to see such great people like yourselves, why not cater to those who don't have the ability yet to experience what we all can? So I think that's why it's so important to ensure that all buildings, apps, websites, or just train stations and the New York City MTA, that's a whole different conversation, to make it accessible for those who are hearing impaired, visually impaired, and of course, let's be cognizant of those who are living with motor impaired skills and cognitive as well. Alzheimer's, the spectrum, and of course, Parkinson's, and the list goes on. So equality for all, not because you have to, it's because it's the right thing to do.
Yeah. Tanya, what are some of the other things? And I don't want to cut it to where all you do is emails, because that's not all you do. You are very talented. You have your hands on a lot of things. Why don't you tell us a little bit about what you do and introduce yourself to everyone?
So, like Zach, I'm also in Colorado. I'm in Western Colorado, and I I help people with their virtual technology tools so that they can streamline their business. So those things that we need to do that they say we need to do to market our business, I help you with the technology that goes involved with that. So I also design websites, sales funnels, calendar, scheduling links, automated responses, build automations into your business, because I have, my own little bit of a personal story is I have been a caregiver essentially 4 times in my adult life. So this most recent one, the 4th time, technically I'm a wife, so I'm not really a caregiver, but it does change when you're caregiving, when you're caring for even your spouse. It's a little bit different. Your mindset changes. And my husband is a retired Army veteran. His father, one of the my elders that I took care of, was a retired also Army. But he knew how to fly planes and built his own airplane. And so what I want to do is I want to help caregivers, people like me that are trying to run their business and then know that they have to take care of their loved one, and things may pop up, or that doctor's appointment or that emergency, and you need your business streamlined so that you can still do your business, but it's all over the place and you can't. And when this emergency happens, and in the beginning of January, my world fell apart because my husband had 2 heart attacks on the same day. And I got really lucky. We were blessed that we had warning and we got to the hospital, and he's fine now, but we are dealing with the aftermath. So I understand that caregiver journey, and I also understand the patient journey as well, and for our veterans and for their families. The other side of it is I want to help the people providing the care, the health care and wellness people, the professionals. I want to have them help more people. So they need to be in their zone of genius, helping more people, so that we build their businesses to make sure that it's as streamlined as possible. So they're doing less of those redundant tasks, so that they can help more people like my husband get better and do, to live his life as fully as he can. So mainly it's that caregiver thing, because I've been there and I'm in some ways doing that. And that's what I want to do, is try to help people streamline their business so that you can be there for your family, whether it's your elder, your spouse, even your kids. I mean, even mothers and fathers are technically caregivers. It's just a different word for it.
Yeah, yeah. One of the other things, Tanya, that you do that I have to give a little bit of push to.
Yes, I also do personalized gifts. My mother a couple of years ago decided that she wanted to get one of those Cricut vinyl cutting machines, and she didn't want my father to know exactly how expensive it was going to be. So she offered to buy me one if I bought it, for her. So we both got Cricuts at the same time. Hers is not very used. Mine is very used. So I love making shirts and decals and customized mugs and tumblers and stickers and things like that. So one of the times that Zach and I had a conversation, he told me that he really loved bears. It's one of, and most specifically polar bears. So I sent him some things that I thought that he would like.
And and it worked out perfect, because you also sent us you sent us a thing with it's got the little country girl logo, which is completely my wife, and then you gave us a little elf that was enjoying a rolled cigarette, we'll just say, which those are 2 things that you put those together, and you got my father all wrapped up in that thing. So, as a matter of fact, I just he's still got that sitting right beside him too. I don't think he knows where he's going to put it, unfortunately. And I'm just going to say this on a personal note, Dad, good luck. I know you were just rushed into an emergency surgery, so best of luck, and take care, and hopefully you'll be home before I get off this podcast. So, but we're halfway through. Z, what are some of the other things that Z World Webs is looking to accomplish? What are some of the other things that you really want to focus on?
Well, I appreciate you asking. simply put it, just to make the world a better place by connecting with the right people like yourselves, whether they're caregivers giving back to the community or community leaders like yourself, brother man, who are just bringing awareness to the things that most people don't often talk about. And it goes beyond websites. It's about connecting others to do the right thing and make this world a better place. And I appreciate the kind words. And I'm no guru by any means. I'm just a guy that likes to stick around like a spider in the corner of your wall.
Yeah,
Just hanging in
yeah,
there.
and watch the dogs bark and gnaw on each other every Monday and Thursday. So,
Love it.
joining us now next is a new friend of ours, Mr. Z. He has joined the program as one of our mission partners. And I met Marshall the other day, and he's a great guy. Marshall, how are you doing? Marshall, you founded Combat Recovery Foundation.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's great to have you here. Tell us a little bit about what you guys are all about.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. So, Combat Recovery Foundation can be found at combatrecoveryfoundation.org. We are a nonprofit focused on suicide prevention for veterans. And we've discovered that the greatest tools we have in the fight against suicide are purpose and belonging. And both of those are addressed through community. So, the goal of our organization is to, in addition to crisis intervention and upstream suicide prevention efforts, we seek to foster community.
You are right here in northern Colorado as well. So we've got 3 Colorado, 1 New York. And here in a minute, we're going to be joined by California. So we're going to go all over the world here. Well, not the world, but, all over the country here in just a second. But what are some of the things that you are noticing? What are some of the problems that you are noticing most about individuals that are coming to you with issues? Is there one specific thing that a lot of them have in common, or does it bounce all over the place?
I think one of the misnomers about suicidality and acute depression is that it's a undertreated mental illness or depression that's just gotten super extreme. And I think the truth of it is that we're a social organism. We're a species that learn to survive in a community, and we are, like no other time in our history, becoming more and more isolated, and we're maladapted to that. And another way of saying it, our species is allergic to isolation. And so it's something that's affecting every one of us. And like so many things in life, it exists on a spectrum, and some of us are more affected than others.
There's a lot of times that veterans come out and they feel isolated anyway. You add something like what we've lived through the last couple of years, that's made it increasingly worse, has it not?
Well, certainly. And if you look at the veteran experience, it's being in the military, you're part of a huge community, and you've got a lot of purpose, you've got a lot of belonging, right? And then you come out into our modern era here, and it's the antithesis of that. And so what's been happening recently geopolitically, people who have fought in wars are always going to be disturbed by war. And that is an environment that there is no shortage of right now. And so with all of the myriad of tragedies that we've been encountering recently, it's definitely having a profound effect on our veteran population and our population as a whole. I think it's important to remember that I care very deeply for our veteran population. I'm a veteran myself, but veterans don't live on an island. We are a part of this community. We are a part of the society. We are humans. And so, as much as veterans hold a special place in my heart, I think it's important to recognize that these things have an impact on all of us.
I want to make sure that I ask everyone, and we're going to be bringing on Brien here in a minute, but please, if you guys have any questions of each other, let's please make sure that we ask, because not one person can ask every question. And especially since you guys are a lot smarter than I am right at this moment, that is without a doubt. So for out a doubt, see, there we go. Proof positive right there. But please make sure if you guys have any questions of each other, let's make sure that we ask.
I actually do, if you don't mind.
Yes, please.
So, Z, when you're talking about the like building websites so that they are accessible to everyone, I'm aware of a plugin that can kind of help you with that. But the general design ideas, I know that most people, especially getting into any business, are trying to just build their website, so they have no idea that they need to make it accessible until they hear it from someone else. So, do you have any like the top 5 tips and tricks or things like that to help the new website user or the new website designer that's trying to do it themselves make it more user friendly for the challenged? I don't know how to say that.
You totally got it, and thank you so much for asking, Tanya. I appreciate your cognizance of those trying to build a new website, and of course, bringing awareness to the Americans with Disabilities Act in a very smart and virtual way. The top 5 tips I would definitely recommend is to ensure that the website doesn't have any flashing animation that goes in your face. Not great for those who are epileptic. Of course, have closed captioning on your videos. For those who are a bit hearing impaired or disadvantaged. Alt tags, it's just a fancy word for alternative text, which is great for SEO. And for those who are visually impaired, they are using a software known as JAWS to read their website or their computer from top to bottom. Making sure that the color contrasts very well. The last thing you want is to go to a website where it has a red background with green text, or having buttons or colors that indicate what you need to do. And my best tip I can definitely say is definitely check out my dear friend, colleague, Web Detective Trevor from the webdetective.online or Select Services LLC. But if you'd like to learn more in detail, I definitely recommend to you or anyone in this who's listening is ada.gov/web-guidance. And again, it's www, because I'm a 90s person, ada.gov/web-guidance. And it'll take you to all the resources that's on the Department of Justice's website. I hope that answers your question. And I think your question was just absolutely spot on. Thank you, Tanya, for asking, and for
Absolutely.
everyone else.
So before we go any further, I want to go on ahead and bring on Brien Shamp. Jeez. Thank God I talk for a living. Brien Shamp, who I met at, ironically, it just ended on the Brainy Brunch a couple weeks ago. You are a coach out in the California area. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm great, Zach. Thanks for having me.
Hey, no, thank you for being here. Tell us, Brien, what are some of the reasons why we need to be as healthy as we can be?
Well, I was listening to our other speaker about just being social, and I think I do a word of the week every week, and this week my word is foundation. I think taking care of ourselves and having a good foundation of self-care is going to help us be more social, is going to help us be our best, is going to just help us be a better human, right? So I think a lot of it's under our control. I even wore my shirt today that says, "I am a priority." And I think that's something I talk about a lot is, we tend to give a lot to other people, but we don't take care of ourselves very well. So my goal typically is to help those most people go to a trainer or a nutrition specialist, they sign up for a gym because they want to lose weight, but weight is really a side effect of a lot of other things gone wrong. So my goal is to help people with 7 different areas in order to create balance. So what I do is I help people reduce stress, create work. I call it work, love, life balance. So work is obvious, what we do for a living. And we have our love area, which is like our relationships, our friends, our family, serving others. And then our life is what I consider the self-care space. So if I can get people into balance, if you can get into balance, we're just going to be healthier, happier human beings, and we're going to be more social and want to take care of each other better. And I think all will just work out. But a lot of it's getting that mind and spirit, right? And the physical healthy. And that might take a lot of work, but that's what I do.
Marshall, that's speaking to you, because you guys, you do a lot of things outdoors, right? You got like a get together style, gathering and exercising, doing things like that. Isn't that part of your program?
Yeah, so we believe in the restorative benefits of nature connectedness. And so our next event is a 3-day hiking and camping trip supported by pack horses here in the mountains of Colorado. And we're going to be doing some nature connectedness activities, and we're going to be reading a book called Tribe by Sebastian Junger. If you haven't read it, couldn't recommend it more highly. Really, really short book, quick read, and a lot of evidence around the social psychological ailments that we are encountering today.
And what this is the question I've been asking everybody. And Tanya, I'm going to start with you. If I gave you a magic wand right now, what would you wish upon the world to work together to do to make a difference?
I would go with compassion and positivity, because you don't know what's going on with that other person. You don't know what has just happened, what has happened in their life. So the compassion of being honest, or being patient, and having that compassion, the idea of positivity. So, the internet has made the world so negative that you're actually afraid to post things, because so people are so honest, or they are, they're on the attack. So I would go with those two things, because I think that with compassion and positivity, everyone can come together and we can figure out the world's problems.
That's actually the first time we've got that answer, so I really like that and I appreciate that. Mr. Z?
If I had a magic wand, just to make the world a better place, just make sure that everyone is happier in what they're doing and making a huge difference to make this world a better place. And following up to what Tanya said about compassion, transparency, and not to be unpolitically correct here, but I think our veterans deserve a lot more support than just signing a piece of paper waiting for their benefits to come. So if there's any way we could make it easier for our veterans to get their financial, educational, and employment needs that they can get easily without going through the red tape, that's what I would do with my magic wand, or give it to the next veteran who needs it more than I do.
Brien?
The word that comes to mind is gratitude. So I know it's something that, I continue to work on, and it's very difficult to, at least it is for me, but it seems like it is for a lot of others as well, to not focus on all the things that are wrong, all the things that I could have done better, my to-do list, being a better father, being a better neighbor, being a better husband. I mean, it's just, it's very difficult, I think, especially in this day and age of social media and constant news and constant pattern interrupts with everything and everybody, right? Things could always get worse, but I think overall we have to focus on what's good, right? So I've done a lot of work with Tony Robbins, and one quote that he says often is, "What's wrong is always available, and so is what's right." And it's something that even working with my my daughter, I remember she was 7 years old, and she would always at nighttime. I don't know if anybody else experienced this, but at nighttime, kids tend to have all their problems come up. You put them to bed, they don't talk to you all day, but all of a sudden you put them to sleep. My knee hurts, my tooth hurts, my head hurts, because they're finally disconnecting as well. They're not thinking about things, and we started changing that. And of course, things can be wrong. We don't want to mask those, but we started a practice every night. So what are you grateful for today? Just very simple. And that seemed to have. It's a practice. It wasn't too easy in the beginning. I know when I did a lot of spiritual direction work, and I took this course called the Spiritual Exercises of Saint Ignatius. It's a 500-year-old program, and created by Saint Ignatius, the Jesuit. And so this gratitude practice thing isn't just a mainstream thing that just came around, within the last 10 years. It's been around for a while, and I know when I was taking this course, it was rough. I was going through a bankruptcy. It was a really bad time, and I was told to journal for 45 minutes a day on all the things I'm grateful for. And I couldn't think of anything. All I could think of was, how am I going to survive? How am I going to make it through the next day? How am I going to pay the bills? How am I going to, take care of my kids? So they told me, you got to reflect. Think about all the things you're grateful for. I'm like, I don't have time. And then the instructor said, I'm going to kick you out of the program if you don't. And that was like the only thing going well for me at that point. So I started this practice, and that was kind of how I got into it. It was just, but it's an art. And now I can spit out things pretty quickly that I'm grateful for. So that's a long answer, but gratitude would be my answer.
No, that's a perfect answer. It helps. Marshall?
Yeah, I think those are great answers, Tanya and Mr. Z. Brien, all fantastic. So what I have to say is wants to build on that. Brien, particularly, I want to call you out. When I was earlier on in my journey, the concept of gratitude having an impact on my mental health and well-being was like, how could it possibly, right? And when I really diligently started practicing that, it's actually astonishing, the impact of that. Such a simple thing to do, and so impactful. For me, I feel like as a species, we just love to find differences between us and focus on those, and we love to draw lines in the sand and create us versus them scenarios. And I just think it's so important for us to remember that we have way more in common than we do that separates us. And so my word's going to be community, and to foster and cultivate community and togetherness every chance we have.
I love, obviously, I love community. I think community is I think it's such an important word that we, I would say that my biggest problem with the word community is that we take and we tend to shrink it too much. Our community ought to be everyone that we come in contact with, everywhere. It doesn't matter if you're traveling somewhere else. They're still the same people that are in your own little community. We ought to consider everyone around us, everyone we're ever around, part of our community. So I really do. I think that, I have a broader sense of the word. I have a really broad sense. I'm not going to say broader sense. That's implying that it's different than yours. But what I have a broad sense of what I think a community is. This is another question brought upon by what Brien and Marshall just said. Tanya, why do we have a difficult time telling people what we're thankful for? Why is it so difficult?
I can't actually answer that because I tend to be one of the people that, I grew up in a household that we always tell each other that we love each other.
Mhm.
And after every single meal, I would thank my mother for the meal. And I do that with my husband. I think part of that is, I'll admit, part of it is habit, but part of it is just the fact that we tell each other multiple times a day in all kinds of different ways that we love each other. Thank you for what you've done. Thank you for, the meal. Thank you for whatever. So it's not something that I necessarily have in my life, but I also think that it also does put you as, if you're doing it with someone that you don't know very well, then it makes you vulnerable. And I think us as humans don't like being vulnerable because I think it's that instinct to protect ourselves, and we don't necessarily have to protect ourselves from the claws and the teeth that animals do, but we protect ourselves from the mental and the emotional because that's the only thing we really know how to do, what to protect ourselves from. And I think that a lot of people, myself included, don't necessarily like to get vulnerable with others. And especially in this day and age, which, goes back to what I said about positivity, is, it's so easy for someone to attack you for being different or for being vulnerable that they'll, undermine your vulnerabilities. And it's not the best way of the world any longer.
Adding to that, like you mentioned earlier, even putting yourself out there on like Facebook or something, there's always going to be somebody who wants to take and twist it around. And even if it's not what you were implying, they're going to twist it into something different. But Z, why do you think people struggle?
Well, I want to start off by saying thank you for having everyone here on this great podcast, and of course, Zach for putting this all together. Tanya is so right about how people can twist words and being vulnerable, and Coach Brien being able to ignite the conversation about gratitude, and of course, Marshall for your services. And I have to agree with him. One of the biggest allergies we have as human beings is isolation. And it's great that we can all be here together to share our thoughts and help each other out. And I could be wrong. This is just my opinion. I think it's hard for us to be thankful these days is because we're so used to getting everything that we want. Not everything per se, but we can get things quick. We can go to our local e-commerce website. We can go right down our street, purchase a few box of donuts, and we don't have to hunt for food anymore. And the point I'm trying to make is, a lot of people, even myself sometimes or most of the time, often forget that I'm blessed to be here alive today. There is someone out there in Africa or someone overseas that has to live knowing that their house can explode or something, or someone who is in the battlefield as we speak, where they don't know what's behind that door. Uh, I guess you could say that I'm protected at the moment, but if we take a moment every day to realize, I'm thankful to live in a world that we have a thing called the internet. We have the world called we have the concept of the internet, and the concept of the internet, websites, and connecting on a worldwide basis with the technology that we have today. I don't think we would be able to do this in the year 1746. Right now, we're living in the year 2024, being able to connect on a worldwide basis. And I do want to mention, in terms of gratitude and being thankful, you don't want to just I don't want to take things for granted until I don't have the opportunity to use them anymore. For example, let's just say I start my day every morning. First thing I do, I say thank you to the universe and all that stuff. But what happens if I can't turn on my computer? Oops. Oh, well, I can't start my day after all getting my work done. So I'm always holding my breath if my computer would ever open. If it doesn't, well, I'm thankful that it's still here today. And you're all here today as well.
Yeah, like I said, I wasn't very thankful at 1:30 this morning when I looked down and I had no internet. That was not fun at all. So yeah, for the first hour and a half of this show, there was no internet. I had to do it by my iPhone, and I'm a big guy in that teeny tiny screen. It didn't work too well, and and even the Wi-Fi was really, or the signal on my phone, it wasn't that choppy. Brien, you were the one who first started this. Why do you think people struggle with the gratitude?
Well, I'm sorry to hear about the whole internet issue.
Yeah, you know what, brother? It's over 11 hours later, and we're still here.
Yeah. Hey, not grateful for that. So, I mean, the first word that comes to my mind is privilege. You know, and I think Mr. Z mentioned that. You know, in so many words. Yeah, we expect everything to work out, right? And even this thing. I was supposed to be here at 12:20. I came on at 12:19, expecting it to work. It did, but
yeah.
And I was thinking about I probably should get there a little early, but it all worked out today. But it doesn't always work out, right? And I probably would have been a little irritated if it didn't. But that would have been my own fault for not being prepared. I should have got here early. It just worked out today, right? So, but I think sometimes it does work out, and a lot of times it doesn't, especially with technology. Technology is a blessing and a curse. But yeah, I just think we tend to expect everything's going to work out, and you know, we're very privileged people, right? You know, we're just busy too, right? It's just how many of us have another thing right after this and another thing right after this, right? I tell people all the time we need to slow down. I'm a big fan of breath work, and we talk about it often. I coach people on breathing, but it's one of my biggest problems. I'm challenged by being a doer. What can I fit into the next 5 minutes, 3 minutes? Just constant go, go, go. So I think it's very difficult to just slow down and stop when you feel that you must. I want to help this person. I want to help that person. I'm going to do this. I'm going to constantly say yes. So there's a lot. I think there's a lot of little things there.
Okay, Marshall.
Yeah, I think it's a great question, Zach, and Mr. Z. Thank you for the acknowledgement. So I want to begin by saying I don't know, but I will take a stab at what I think it might be, or at least a contributing factor, is the lessons we learn when we're young tend to stick with us for our lifetime, and they're some of the hardest habits to break, if you will. And thinking back at that time, when a kid is crying or sad or there's something wrong with them, they tend to get all the attention. And the kids that are happy and grateful for what's going on and aren't displaying that there are any issues, they're not getting as much of attention. So I think it might just be a contributing factor. At least could be it's a habit learned early in life that if you're walking around head down, moping and grumpy and stuff, that you might kind of garner more acknowledgement and respect from the people around you than the person who's just happy-go-lucky and grateful.
Yeah, there's great wisdom in saying we are spoiled. I mean, there truly is. There's, I remember. Well, I should remember it. I think it was yesterday. I don't know. I mean, the days kind of blended in together now, but yesterday I got a brand new ink cartridge and it didn't work right away. And I was freaking out because I was like, what? I got this coming up. I had an event last night. I needed to get stuff printed. And I didn't think about, dude, you're printing up things that you're probably going to end up throwing away, most of them anyway. Just calm down. I instantly went into, oh my God, what is going on here mode. So yeah, I do agree with that. We do get things easy. And, I mean, hey, as a human species, we kind of deserve that. We've got people like Z, like Tanya, who build things that make our lives easier. So I mean, there's a point where we deserve those things. As evolution has happened, we've grown to understand them and utilize them. I mean, let's be honest. If cavemen had hammers, they wouldn't have used rocks. So, I mean, going with the flow, I guess, we deserve to be a little spoiled, but we do need to remember that everything that we got are things that other people don't have. I want to share this real quick. See, you put the going ahead and please, and I did it again. I didn't mean to do that, but I did it again. I've clicked on that link twice, and I wanted to banner it. So, but please explain this banner one more time.
Of course, this website will directly take you to the Americans with Disabilities Act website, which is from the U.S. Department of Justice, and this will lay out all the basics of having a ADA compliant website, and that's staying up to date as we speak. Uh, I believe that will be a good source to let people know what are the differences between a WCAG compliant website and just getting the bare bones and the different titles of different organizations. As you know, Title One is to avoid discrimination against those who are differently abled. Title Two is public serving establishments like schools, libraries, post offices, and three are small businesses and privately owned establishments, including nonprofits that own a building or landmark of some sort. But thank you for asking. I appreciate that. And
Well, no problem. Thank you for sharing that. Hey, I wanted to share one more thing before we cut our hour to an end. And I'll tell you what scares the hell out of me most to all of you is that these hours are going by very, very quickly. And the thought of, oh my God, do we have to make this show longer has creeped into my head more than once. And all I can think of is, no, no, you just got to shut up more. So yeah, I don't see us making it any longer. The 22 is very important. But I wanted to share this with you because Combat Recovery Foundation has joined the Community Pay It Forward program. And what this means is if you scan that QR code, a list of organizations, a list of businesses like Mr. Z World Webs is going to show up on your phone or whatever you scan that with. If you do business with Mr. Z and you tell him, hey, I found you through Community Pay It Forward, and you do that by simply attaching your a photocopy, facsimile of your invoice that Z gives you, you just attach it to the QR code where it asks for it. Then you say, give us your name and you give us your email address. It gives you an option to say, you know what, I lost someone in to suicide, so I want to dedicate this in their memory. It gives you the option to do that. Then you hit send. You don't have to spend any additional money. We're not asking you to round up to the nearest dollar. We're not asking you for any of that. Simply shop with great partners like Mr. Z. Get your website built. Z's going to give us $100. $80 is going to go to Marshall and Combat Recovery Foundation. That's as simple as this is. Okay. His referral that he gives us for you shopping with them is going to go to support missions and causes that you love. As a family, Z, you and I'm speaking for you here. I probably shouldn't do that, but Marshall, we welcome you and your team to the family as a mission partner. We're extremely glad to have you here, and we definitely want to invite everyone else to join our program. This is what we do. Look, we're just trying to make our shopping and your sales in this crazy business world, make your sales mean so much more. So, but I want to thank the four of you for joining us. I'd like to go around the room one last time. And Tanya, we're going to start with you. What's the easiest way for people to get a hold of you?
So they can go to my website, smartvirtualsolution.com. If you want more information about the email thing, you can also reach out to smartsend.pro. There is a do-it-yourself option on there that is free, or there's a I can do it for you kind of option, or do it with you for $97. So SmartSend.pro works as well. But all of my contact information is also with my company at Smart Virtual Solution, and that is just N. There is another person out there that is with an S. That's not me. .com.
Well, thank you very much. And the one for the $97, they give you the keys, you drive the car, wash the car, polish the car, and give it back to them and say, there.
There's two different options. There's the I do it for them. So yes, they give me all of the information and then I go and do it. Or there's a chat that we do, which is I get on a Zoom similar to this. We do it together. And then by the end of that hour, we should have it all fixed and ready for you. So you don't have to give me all your logins. We do it from your side of things.
Yeah, well, Tanya, guess what? On Tuesday, you're probably going to get my keys because I've got the big old kielbasa fingers and I crush my keyboard, so I don't need that to happen. But Mr. Z, how do people get a hold of you?
Well, I do want to start out by saying I love it when you speak on my behalf because it makes it sound like I'm doing something that's great for everyone. So hearing it from you, it's like hearing it from the President of the United States or Z World. If you'd like to get in touch with me, feel free to visit www.communitypayforward.us/ZWorldWebs or simply www.zwebguide.com if it helps.
I appreciate it.
I appreciate you and everyone.
Coach Brien, how do they get a hold of you?
My name. So brienshamp.com, BrienShamp.com. And you'll see some different things we do. We work with people remotely now on reducing stress and creating balance through nutrition and lifestyle strategies and fitness strategies. We do a lot of functional wellness tests. So it's 2024. So we don't have to guess anymore about a lot of these things. We can test.
Yeah, and I've only got a second left to ask you this, Brien, but tell me this. How difficult was it to go from everything being in-house, doing this one-on-one thing to virtual when it comes to exercising and fitness coaching and stuff like that? How difficult was that transition? Because it's not like being on a computer where somebody can see the computer. It's a little hard to judge somebody's work effort, over a phone. It's like, ooh, I'm exercising.
So, I can just touch on that real quick here. But so I had 3 physical locations in the San Francisco Bay Area for fitness. We've always done nutrition, lifestyle coaching as well, but our main thing was fitness. And with COVID, we were shut down like most people. And thankfully, I'd already been doing nutrition, lifestyle coaching online. So I was already very familiar with Zoom and technology and so on. So I was thankful for that. But I decided that I wanted to go online right away as soon as the quarantine hit, because I was losing money by the second. People were canceling. People were putting their memberships on hold. So and I just know, I've been doing this for 34 years. I know that if there's any reason, someone will quit, their fitness program for any reason. They could have a hangnail and they'll stop working out. They'll stop eating well. Any slight discomfort, they will stop. So I went online right away, and I had about 900 members at the time in person, and a couple hundred people maybe went online. The rest said, hey, I'm not going to do this. But I've learned a lot along the way. I'm still doing virtual now. We still have a couple in-person locations, but I'll tell you, it's just a hell of a lot more convenient. I have access to my home, 2 other gyms. I get most of my workouts in my garage gym, but I also have a legitimate garage gym. I have variety. So I think if that's something you want to do, it needs to be a good environment, something you like, something you appreciate, something that you build upon over time. If you're going to do a workout like mine, where it's live stream, where I can talk to you just like this. So this is kind of how we do our workouts. I see angles. I feel like I can coach better, in fact, because I have a large screen where if you guys all had your videos on right now, hey, I'm actually a pretty good coach online. And the only thing I can't do is massage work and stretching with you or on you. But I think it's a very effective model, but I think you have to have your home setting, improved over time. So that's the fitness piece. But it's a lot easier. The nutrition lifestyle coaching stuff, to talk to people about sleep, stress management, nutrition. We don't need to be in person.
Well, just start working on that. All I can think of is the whole Big Bang Theory. Just start thinking about doing the mind melt thing, and you can do the massage here eventually.
Well, right? Self-massage, you can.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, you know what? Yeah. On Monday this week, we had somebody teach us how to self-hug.
Self-hug?
Yeah, it was actually really intriguing. It really was. It was an interesting show. Yeah. So nice. I'm not sure if I'm gonna allow somebody to walk in and see me hugging myself all the time, but yeah, who knows? So Marshall, tell us how we get a hold of you before I go and embarrass myself any further.
You can find me at combatrecoveryfoundation.org. If you want to email me, add my first name to that. My cell phone is listed on my website. It's 303-909-9505. We provide peer support, coaching, and experiences for combat veterans. If you know a veteran who's struggling, would benefit from some one-on-one time, get me in front of them. Our participants don't pay a dime for what we do. We're all donor funded. If you want to support the cause of suicide prevention for veterans, you can find several ways of doing that on our website. We've got some cool shirts for sale. If you happen to be in the Northern Colorado area on March 23rd, we're going to be having a fundraiser at Max Line Brewery from 1 to 5, and it'd be great to see you there.
Well, that sounds great. And remind me about that, and we'll try to add that to our calendar. Again, thank the four of you for joining us. Again, another impactful hour. Look, we've done a lot of good in these first 12 hours. So, and I couldn't have done it without your help. And I thank you all. And I hope to talk to you all soon.
Thank you so much, Zach. You're doing great.
All right. And Z, are you going to stick with me another hour? Or are you going to take off, brother?
Yeah, why not? I could stick around.
You got it.
Thank you. Doing great so far.
All right. Sounds good. Well, we're going to do our little bit of a thank you. And then we will be back in about 3 minutes and 45 seconds. So, gotta get up and stretch. So
or give yourself a hug.
But look, the thing is, I couldn't be doing this without your help. And we've got our next guests are starting to show up, and I look, we're been working for, like I said, we've done the 12 hours right now, and we've got a lot of great things that we've learned, and we've got some more great things to come. So stick around with us, and for everybody who's participated and helped us out, thank you. It means the world to me. And hopefully we're going to be raising a lot of money for organizations like Marshall's and like everybody else that you've met before. Again, thank you to everyone who has participated. Thank you to everyone who has helped us. Well, we've got a long way to go. As you can see behind me, I've got a Yeti. It's a brand new Yeti, never been used. It's a $269 cooler. $269 for a cooler. To me, that's a little insane. It's a little insane. I'm not gonna joke. I'm not gonna lie. It's a little wackadoo. But you know what? Somebody does it. I know this because they've given it to us and allowed us to go on ahead and auction it off. So we need people to bid on it. Put your bid on that. Put your bid on Sean's books. We've got a reading. We've got skillets, and we've got a backpack that is all a tool bag backpack, which is really cool. We've also were gifted tickets to an upcoming grit game. That's the Northern Colorado Grit. The thing is that I know a lot of you guys are not in Northern Colorado. Here's the thing. If you're not in Northern Colorado and you cannot make it to the game, but you would like us to donate it in your name to someone, Boys and Girls Club, or maybe say go give it to a church or something, that's fine. Maybe you know some fat guy who's been podcasting for 22 hours that has this affinity for hockey. You know, you can give it to him too. I'm pretty sure he would take it. I'm positive he would take it and he would go to the game just because you asked him to. But anyway, you tell us where you want to donate those tickets if you want to make a bid on it. Remember, every time that you make a bid, oh, Kyle, no. Oh, and Kyle, get this. Devils and Rangers tonight. So not only am I going through my dad having surgery right now, emergency surgery. My Devils play the Rangers, the hated Rangers. But that's okay because I get to hang out with all you guys, and that's even better. So, but go Jackets. Yeah. Go grow up, Jackets. Joking. Hockey talk. It's funny. It almost sounds like honky tonk. Huh. Pretty cool. So please make sure you sign into here, make a bid. There's minimum bids on certain things because it's going to take a little bit for us to mail them to you. The Yeti, it's a beautiful cooler, but let's be honest, it's going to cost a little bit for us to send it to you. But the thing is, we want you to get it, the backpack, everything else. So we're going to bring my brother from another mother back, Mr. Z, as our co-host again for this hour. And I'm also extremely thrilled to introduce Ryan Irish. Ryan, how are you doing, my friend? You're on mute.
Sorry about that.
Oh, no problem.
Doing good. How are you doing? Are you you've been going for like 12 hours now already, right?
Yep. We're in hour number 12. So
nice.
You know,
Good
I
work.
don't know exactly who I am, and I don't know who's wearing my pants, but you know, I mean, we're doing okay. So, but yeah, actually doing probably better than I should be. But look, the truth is that we've talked to a lot of people today who have made so many good points and made, you know, the topics that people are talking about. There's a lot of seriousness to it, but it's all simple stuff that we can do, that we can make a difference. Okay. You know, and our thing is that, look, we've given shell shock a more professional name, which is PTSD. And those of you who have been watching me for a while, you've heard this before, but I'm going to say it again. It's become PTSD. We've given a scientific name. It sounds official now. And we've got this misconception that, look, we treat our veterans better. The truth is that if we're treating our veterans better, why are the suicide numbers going up? Okay. We understand that now there are problems. We've got that down. But there's a disconnect in between somewhere between we understand there's a problem and we're working on fixing these problems.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to use my father, okay? And this, like I mentioned, was just rushed in for emergency surgery. This morning, we had to basically wheel him into a car. We probably should have called an ambulance, but somebody was on a podcast already. What could I do? I've already tried. I already had to do some of it from the phone. Nobody would have really wanted to see me with my, the phone right here trying to talk like that. So it is what it is. But they sent him home in obvious pain, in obvious trouble, because his VA insurance, there was a problem with it. As soon as he gets home, they call him right back in because they got it fixed. Now they are screeching him into surgery to try to find out what the hell all the pain is about.
Mm-hmm.
Ryan, tell me, have you had any experience with the VA, or have you had to do anything with the VA that you've had, maybe some difficulties with?
Yeah. I mean, the VA is not like a traditional healthcare system in the way that it operates. So if you're just going through regular healthcare and you need to see your primary care provider, it's relatively easy. You can schedule an appointment within like a week or two. Through the VA, it's not even like that whatsoever. If you want to see primary care, it's got to be scheduled like months in advance, and at one point I really needed to speak to a counselor, and I had to wait 6 months before it was that I was able to even speak to anybody. Granted, as I told the lady that scheduled it, I was like, well, thank goodness that I'm not suicidal right now, because 6 months is a long time. So I mean, and I know that they have like their emergency things that you can work with. Like you could have somebody to talk to, but if you're needing anything that's more consistent than just one phone call, it's you just got to operate it in a special way.
Yeah. We kind of skipped right into the discussion, and skipped over what you're doing, the wonderful program that you offer. And you and I have talked over the last couple of days, and you've come up with a way that's something very special for the veterans in our community. You want to kind of talk on that and introduce yourself, please?
Sure. I'll kind of work my way backwards a little bit.
That's fine.
So I do work for a mortgage company. I'm a loan advisor for Able Financial. And I've just noticed lately that a lot of these big name lenders, can't name them by name, but it's almost like they wave a flag in your face. Oh, I support, veterans, and, come and get a VA loan here. Some of the biggest names that you hear, they're doing huge disservice to veterans trying to get home loans. One was told that they had to wait 45 days for a pre-approval that I got done in like 12 hours. Another wasn't told about closing costs and what that was, because with a VA loan, a lot of veterans just don't know what their benefits are, and you don't have to come with a down payment, but you still have to figure out the closing costs in the end. And if that's not disclosed like it was to this veteran, I mean, he almost lost his house. He was under contract. The whole thing had to be unwound. And, luckily we were able to speak to the seller's agent to, make it work out for him. But it's, when I'm working in this field and hearing and seeing like people dealing with this. And a lot of the people that it is that I deal with that are veterans have PTSD too. So, you know, now they could leave out from maybe the deal unwinding because they didn't know about closing costs and feel like they're not worthy enough to buy a house. And to combat against that, I did start up a program, basically where any VA deal that it is that I do, doesn't matter if it's refinance, purchase, from here until the end of the year, I'm going to be donating $1,000 to a veteran organization of that veteran's choice. And, you know, I know there's a lot of like campaigns and stuff like that that may be used to like draw people in. And who knows if they're actually giving the money to the organization or not. So to kind of like bring that just, you know, I guess reliability in the words that I say with it, I want them to hand the check to a representative of that organization when they're closing on the house to kind of, you know, be able to help out maybe some veterans that, you know, are dealing with, you know, what we're here talking about with mental health issues, or maybe they need a service dog, or any wide array of, you know, the various organizations that are out there. So
yeah, there's definitely not a lack of need, and there's not a lack of organizations. We just need to maybe do a little bit better job to make sure that people know about all the organizations. I mean, you know, we're dealing with only 9 of them today, and that's not even scratching the surface. We've got more organizations that are going to be joining with us later on in the upcoming hours, and it's amazing what all is out there to try to help people.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I appreciate you being with us today, and I want to bring in our next guest, and I'm a little confused. So I'm just going to guess, and if I get this wrong, I apologize. But Greg, do I have this right? Because Greg and Denzel are 2 different names, or
yeah, you got Denzel up right now.
so yeah, we got you listed as Denzel, so you kind of confused me there, man. You threw me off a little bit on your name, but yeah, Greg Lake, how are you doing?
Oh, this is the Denzel's not Greg Lake.
Oh, you're not okay, Denzel. I'm not. Okay, well, Denzel, how are you doing?
Doing pretty good, Zach. How about yourself?
Doing good, doing good. Tell us a little bit about you.
Well, I'm a psychologist, Air Force veteran, 13 years, injured myself. Same old spill. We all know that. After once the injuries happen, they happen at like 28, 29. So that's like the quote unquote the first height of a man's career. And then, you know, you have like the downward spiral after the injuries, trying to figure out what you're going to do with your life. Because essentially, when you spent that long in the military, it's like that's your life, you know, that's your career. So what do you do now? So I transitioned into entertainment business. I got my first master's at Full Sail University because it's like, all right, I'm from New York. You know, was entertainment capital of the world. It made sense. You know, I knew logistics. I knew that. But in the lieu of, as we all know, dealing with the VA and then dealing with the military side took like a year and a half. And then lo and behold, COVID happens. So that's reset on the career again. And it was like, all right, what can I do? How can I combine these things? And it was like psychology.
Yeah. Well, it's a lot of moving parts, right? So how do they all tie in together?
So what people don't realize about psychology is, like, for example, let's go with the like button from Facebook, Instagram, or whatever, Twitter, whatever they call it now, X. The like button is something that registers to your dopamine level. So every time someone likes your pictures, you get like a sense of inside of gratification or reward from the like button. So with that involved, that's how I was able to figure out, like, okay, psychology and media aren't that too far apart when you think of art and entertainment and all that other stuff. When you think of propaganda from different wars or different segments of life, it's like all of that was based in psychology. So I was like, how can I take this, something that was used for negative for so long, and switch it into something positive? And that's when I decided that psychology and working with my own production company and media to combine the two and come up with something that people in my generation and younger can kind of figure out life. Because after the injuries, that's all I pretty much knew. I didn't know how to like really navigate life, so to speak, because the military really did it. So it was like, although I'm a veteran, I love to help other veterans, et cetera, and so forth. It's just for the younger audience to figure out how to, figure out how to navigate life, things that happen, so forth, and how to, do what they need to do, so to speak. It's not just this clear-cut path that you think you're going to have in life, where you might work for 20, 30 years and then you retire. It might be you start in one industry, I don't know, we'll just use something basic like McDonald's, and you wind up at, Gordon Ramsay's restaurant in Vegas. It's just the transition that has to happen and how to navigate that, so to speak.
Okay. I'm going to be bringing on one of your partners now. And now we've got it figured out, Denzel. Sorry about the confusion. I would like to say it's because of my head injury, but let's be honest here. It wasn't that smart to begin with. So, Kane, I do apologize about that. But if you want to bring yourself on, how are you doing, my friend? Kane, Eustace, welcome to the show. You and I talked a little bit about what you guys are doing there in, Texas. You want to go ahead and explain a little bit?
So actually, we're in Arizona.
Arizona.
We're based in Casa Grande. No, you're all good. We talked a lot.
It's all hot and south.
So yes, it is. Denzel is actually the newest member of our team there. He's going to be helping us make a difference at the end of the day to these vets that we have coming in. We do take TRICARE, we do take TriWest, but our biggest goal at the end of the day is to not turn away a vet, period, end of story. So if somebody comes in, they need to get seen, they're going to get seen. That's why we're working on starting up a 501c19 that's going to be specific to veteran mental health care, and then also veteran homelessness as well. Basically the two sides of the coin, and the two sides we deal with the biggest in Casa Grande is the homelessness side. And then you've also got the other side of the coin of you've got people that are saying, oh, well, 6 months before you can get seen. And if you've got it really bad, we can maybe get you in about 6 weeks. I mean, we have a guy, unfortunately, he was not able to be on the call today. It's not really my story to tell, but it needs to be shared. So basically, he called the VA, said, hey, I'm not in a good place right now. I need to be seen. They said, okay, 6 months.
That's exactly what Ryan was just telling us. The exact same story,
And he had the firearm in his mouth, called them back, and they told him, well, we can get you seen in 6 weeks since you're really feeling suicidal. And that to me was just kind of an alarm bell of, okay, there's not enough being done in this industry, period, end of story. Plus the other way that we're trying to help vets too, as much as we can, is we hire vets for the most part. Obviously we've got Denzel on our team, but we're also hiring another lady out of, let's screw this up, Sierra Vista. There we go. That's going to be working with us. That she's an Army veteran. And so she's going to be working with us on the BHT side as well. And so basically what we want to do and what we're working on creating is a safe place for veterans to be able to come get the health care that they need, but then also to be able to build community.
Okay. When it comes to naming the city, Kane, you know what the best thing to do? Just throw out any city. People will correct you, because that's what I'm doing now. I'm just going to throw out any city from here on out. And so Ryan, Denzel, and Kane, and Mr. Z, as you know, please one of the main reasons why I'm trying to put everybody together is I'd like for us to all interact. Let's ask any questions that we have of each other. Ryan, this is spooky that we've heard the same story now in less than a 10-minute span about the same thing. This is proving what I was saying earlier. There's a disconnect. We don't have this under control. And that right there proves it. Telling somebody who's saying, I need help, go sit down, we've got it, give us 6 months, and then we'll get back to you. What do we need to do to change that?
I think that a big part of it is doing more studies on the effectiveness of these treatments that are being offered, because there's a high drop rate of when people do start, whether it's cognitive behavioral therapy or regular counseling or anything, where once they start, they'll do it for a little bit, and then, they feel like it's not helping, or maybe they aren't communicating that properly, and they just stop their treatment. So I think there definitely needs to be more studies on the effectiveness of these treatments, like that you would be trying to get through the VA to begin with. Is it actually going to even help you if you have severe PTSD and you're trying to see a counselor that you can't see for 6 months? So you wait that 6 months and it doesn't help. Then how discouraging does that feel?
Lisa, and unfortunately I can't banner that, but Lisa, another person in your organization, put recreation. Lisa, in our last segment, we had somebody who puts bets together in a recreation, and we've got people who are going to be talking about horse therapy and other things that are coming up. But yeah, that's where alternatives can be available. And that's one of the things that we've been talking about this whole time. We need to make sure that we are letting people know about organizations like what you guys are doing. People like Ryan, who are making a concerted effort at getting out there and saying, you know what, look, here's what we're doing. We're going to support these small guys. Okay. And Ryan, you and I, we've had a conversation that you've offered up praise for an organization that I flat out, other than the commercials, I have never heard anybody else say the words that you said and gave praise to Wounded Warrior. And I'm not trying to bash them. I've just never heard anybody say anything good about them that wasn't being paid on television.
Yeah.
Tell us about your experience with them, please.
I think that, when it comes to any resource, you just have to look for it, whether it's you're facing homelessness or you have mental health needs, whatever it is that it may be, there is resources out there. And that's, a really good point with this whole podcast to begin with, and bringing these different types of therapies and things that are available. But when it comes to the veteran organizations like Wounded Warrior Project, I signed up with them when I first got out of the military, and, I didn't really know how they would be able to help me, but I faced a point in my life where I had to find a new place, and I was staying at a friend's house on his couch, and I just didn't have the money for last month's rent and deposit. And here in Colorado, that's a lot of money, we're talking $7 to 10 grand. So just being able to come up with that, I did reach out to Wounded Warrior Project, and I asked if they had anything, and they actually do have a program that paid that last month's rent and allowed me to, get back on my feet and, start working more and saving. And I was also going through a divorce at that time too. So that was a lifesaver for me.
Denzel, who have you had any association with? Who have you worked with? If anyone?
I was fortunate enough to find a woman out in Charlotte who really knew how to navigate the system. and taught me how to navigate the system. What I say or see overall, not just from a psychological standpoint, just from a human being who's been in who's been in the military, is everything is retroactive instead of proactive. So they'll help you once you're a veteran instead of while you're still in the military. Like, they have that process of helping you get out, but they don't have that other process of, it's kind of like, I was watching a podcast or interview with Gilbert Arenas, and he said after he played basketball, he didn't know what to do with himself. He would drive around like Calabasas for hours just to burn the time. And I think that emphasis needs to happen as well, where what do you do when you get out? Because a lot of people just get out and just kind of like they're to the wolves. But as we all know, being in the military is its own entity. It's its own, ecosystem, just like being a nurse, that's its own ecosystem. And you don't really deal with outside people unless you're like at Walmart or something like that. But your day-to-day interactions are with other military members who have the like-minded thing. And I think if there was more of a proactiveness, or maybe, I don't want to use the force, but highly persuaded to maybe get into life coaching and things of that nature to understand how to navigate financial literacy, how to buy a home, how to do this, how to do that. And not just for the veteran, for spouses as well, because from what I've gathered and kind of experiences, they'll just think you're injured and that's the end of it. And like, kind of like a basketball player, you get injured, that's your end of your career, just get over it. But it's a psychological thing when it's pretty much embedded in your life. Like my dad, he was in the Army for 30 years. He retired as a command sergeant major. So I've been around the Army longer than most people have even really been in. And then I joined the Air Force as well, which tacked on some more years. And you really don't understand, even as somebody who's lived with somebody like that, until you get in and really digest it. So, but a lot of people have a fear of stuff because people get kicked out for mental instability and things of that nature. It's not so much of a health thing, and people, it's kind of like a secret society, as other people can tell you, where you got to learn information from other people and how to navigate it right without, for a lack of better term, screwing yourself over, so to speak, or making it seem like one way when it's not.
Ryan, that's and Kane, I want to get your opinion on this, but with something that Denzel just said, that was something that you, I believe, stated to me in one of our conversations. They tell you, let us know if you're okay, but then other people tell you, don't say a word or you will be punished for this. Was that you who told me that, or was that someone else? But someone, they tell you it's okay to tell us that you need help. But other people who have been around, other people who say things that tell you, don't say anything or you're going to get ousted. You're out.
I didn't indicate that originally, but it's kind of funny because me and Denzel actually had this conversation the other day with Lisa at the office in Casa Grande. So that's kind of funny that it came up. But to go along with what Denzel was saying, going back to our conversation we did have, Zach, the other conversation we had was finding yourself. Once you get out, there's not a whole lot of programs for these guys. And me, I've never served, but I have a lot of passion for those that do. But with that being said, like, there's not a whole lot of programs when you get out that's just kind of like, okay, you're out and now you're transitioned. Whereas there's not this piece that's like, okay, let's make sure your resume is where it needs to be. It's updated. You can go out and find those things that you need to find. Mm-hmm. And by the way, here's how you buy a home once you get out. Here's how you should navigate your bank account information when you get out. Because here's the truth of it all. Most of these guys are young going in. Most of these guys are 18, 19 years old going in where they should be going off to college. They're going into the military. And
I can add to that point. I joined when I was 19. I joined when I was 19. Like, so when I did college at the same time because I was reserved, but I knew how the system works. So I did a lot of active duty time and then I did the reserve time. I did both. But I could see on the other end of the spectrum where there's kids, like when I got older, that these kids are 17, 18 years old. They just got done somebody telling them to clean their room and get up and go to school every day. Now they're transitioning into, quote unquote, being adults. for really just to keep it honest, at any given time they could lose their life. And we're not even talking about combat situations. We're just talking about a day-to-day on the job. Like I use the term all the time. I've used 6 of my 9 lives doing stuff with the military, intentionally or unintentionally. Like it's just how that works. So now we're talking about, the brain doesn't develop fully till roughly about 25. So you're talking about people who are still 7 years, 6 years removed from having a fully developed brain and thrust it into quote unquote combat situations or real life scenarios where things can go awry, and how to do that. Now we're talking about teaching them how to manage money, how to deal with conflict resolutions, how to deal with a friend who may have, done the unthinkable, or this happens or that happens, when some of them just, especially now, these kids, they're sheltered. They're social media kids. I came from an area where you had to be on when the street lights came on. I came from an area where you got a whooping. That's not maybe so much the case these days. So we have to find a way to deal with what's coming in society, deal with the societal structures that are implemented. Or maybe we just need to figure out a stone cold way of kind of being, this is how the military is, this is how it's run, and make that apparent to people.
Yeah. Well, I want to bring on and I'm not going to screw this up again, because he's got the name Greg right there on his little banner. So Greg, I've called everybody else you, so now it's nice to finally meet you. So,
yeah, it's George Gregory, George Greg. Everybody calls me Greg. Honored to be here today, gentlemen. Thank you for having me on. I guess I'm sorry, I apologize, a little tardy. I was at the link that you'd sent, but I'm on my phone now, so glad to be here.
Yeah, you know what? First off, all's forgiven. You got the Eye of Horus behind you, huge into Egypt. So you know what? You're forgiven for anything.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Unfortunately, I forgot that Kane had told me that he was going to have Denzel join in, and Denzel popped up, and I'm like, going, "Is this Greg?" And so, and Lisa, who's just listening right now, I was like, going, "Okay, is that Greg?" So. I'm just glad you're here. I'm glad you're here.
Yeah, no, I'm glad to be here. Yeah, thank y'all for having me again. I'm honored to be here. I'm not a veteran myself, but I'm always first in line to show up, kind of like Mr. Irish is, to support any way that I can. Yeah, so thank y'all for having me.
You know what? Here's the thing. Z, myself, Kane, we're not veterans either.
Okay.
We're just tired of seeing, our veterans. We've heard before you popped on, we heard twice by 2 of the members of this little panel right here that somebody who was in dire need of help was told they have to wait for 6 months. Mm-hmm. Look, I try not to be the potty mouth guy on podcasts, but that's bullshit.
Yeah.
Telling somebody, hey, I lit my house on fire, but don't worry about it. You take your time to get here. Yeah. It doesn't make any sense, guys. Yeah. George or Greg, what is your thought on the system today and what we need to do?
It kind of brought me back to y'all. He's talking about the streets there, and I was a drug addict for a very long time and ran the streets with an older African American Vietnam veteran who was so shell shocked and crazy that I would go to his VA appointments with him, and the counselor gave me his personal number and said, if the cops ever get called, if he really hurts somebody, just call me. That was kind of just like the shrug off attitude that kind of the VA had. And I started becoming very aware of veterans' mental health problems back then. And over time, it got worse. As I got back on my feet, I heard more and more. And at the same time, I also heard about this whole line of study and inquiry into the possible mental, and I was also positive spiritual healing benefits of psychedelics. And so my venture into that, which has led to my legal career today, has molded nicely. My law partner in Texas is also, it's who I met Ryan through, is also a veteran. And we've just been deeply committed to, for me, my personal, letting veterans, people who've been and served in furtherance of or fought in combat in furtherance of and against, our rights as free citizens. And so I've taken it upon myself over the last 3 years to really ingratiate myself on the intricacies of free exercise of religion, particularly as it relates to the use of entheogen psychedelics. And so I've just been trying to educate and get veterans to places like this that are operating in a safe but still sincere manner. Because yeah, I just think that a lot of it has a lot of spiritual aspects to it, and bringing the mental, physical, and spiritual into congruence is a big part of the healing process. And so I've just tried to help any way I can inform people who fought for these rights, the exact nature and extent of those rights to the best of my ability, so they can make the best informed decisions, and hopefully that helps get them to where they need to go.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Z.
Well,
yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, go on ahead, Z.
I didn't mean to. Where do I begin? Just want to say thank you, seriously, for everyone for sharing your stories, and of course, brother man Zach for putting this all together as a civilian who isn't giving back much as our veterans are, besides taxes. It's just good to know, to hear different perspectives from heroes like yourselves here, Ryan, bringing awareness to those who are just waving a flag in your face, but not talking about the hidden cost of closing a home. Denzel bringing in a good topic about psychology, that feeling of dopamine and hope, and being in the center of an entertainment where you're getting likes and shares. But everyone likes to help our veterans, but not everyone is giving awareness to it. And of course, Kane hiring other veterans who are living through what most people can't even imagine. Not even myself. I can't imagine. I thought it was just an exaggeration, not to be insensitive, of waiting 1 or 2 weeks just to hear back from someone from the VA, from an organization that's known for helping veterans, but to wait 6 to 12 to 14 months just to get a response. Even it gets to the point where someone has to put a loaded gun in their mouth just to get a response. You would think within 6 months or 6 minutes to get someone on the phone to help these veterans out. And Greg, kudos to you for sharing your story about, being involved with the streets and working with individuals, and knowing how the system works in the VA, and how it brought you to this world of what's going on with our veterans who need more than just backup, but also that help with mental health awareness. And I got to give kudos to you, brother man, and everyone here for doing your parts to help our veterans. And someone like myself who hasn't served, but if there's anything I can do to just learn more from the perspectives from everyone here, whether it's psychology, giving loans the right way, hiring the right veterans, and being in the legal profession to help our veterans. And of course, you, brother man, Zach, for putting all these great people together to make this world a better place. It's just truly fascinating on what you're doing. And you sure know how to bring the community forward by paying it forward, brother man. So well done.
Well, I can only do this because of people like Ryan, because of people like Denzel. Let's be honest here. If you guys didn't do, and I don't give a damn if you signed, if you gave the oath and you stayed stateside, it doesn't matter. You still gave up a portion of your life to serve our country. Every veteran deserves thanked, and they deserve thanked honestly and sincerely, because you guys signed a check that said, you know what, I've given this oath. Hey, we may be peaceful today, but you know what? My ass can get shot tomorrow. Look, a couple weeks ago, we lost 3, well, I can call them kids. They were all younger than me, but, I'm an old guy. But we lost 3 individuals who would have never thought that they were in a situation where they would have got killed. And they got killed, okay? I mean, you all signed, Ryan, Denzel, you guys signed over your life in service for our country. And what you did allows us to sit here and speak freely and call out these organizations that are, look, lackadaisical is a nice way to put it. Ryan, you looked like you wanted to say something earlier, and I interrupted you.
Oh no, you're all good. I really like this group right now that we have here, that both of you guys are involved in mental health. I am as well. I'm actually going to school right now for psychology, and I've been studying mental health and veterans pretty much the entire time that I've been in school. and the effectiveness of certain treatments, and coming up with studies of my own. And yeah, that's kind of like links in with why it was that I was bringing Greg in here too, is he actually helped me start up my ayahuasca church a few years ago. And I got to that point because I found when I did my first ayahuasca ceremony, the huge potential that ayahuasca has to really helping, because it was a night and day difference from that moment before I had that experience immediately after. Huge change, like 180 degrees from where my mental state was at that point. And Denzel, I'm sure, you know, with what it was that you were saying about how your brain develops up until you're 25 years old. And if you're joining the military prior to that, you're setting the stage for you to mentally be a war machine, and then having to go back into a society that says you can no longer do this anymore. Good luck out there. And with ayahuasca, I mean, I actually had the study pulled up right here that there's an 87.5% of the veterans who were exhibiting clinically meaningful improvements in PTSD severity following a 3-day ayahuasca intervention, in contrast to the rates of 49 to 67% effectiveness for first-line interventions of PTSD like cognitive behavioral therapy. So almost a 25% increase in effectiveness in long-term PTSD treatment. So all that just to be said that, you know, a lot of these treatments that are effective for this are federally illegal. They're scheduled substances.
I can speak to that. I just recently had taken a class about psychopharmacology and the effectiveness of ayahuasca and all that. But drugs are broken up into different classes. As far as I can remember, it's like 1, 2, and 3. So when it comes to drugs like ayahuasca or even like marijuana, they're so heavily guarded on a federal level that your average person can't really study them without going through more red, like we're talking about high, like top secret clearance type of red tape to even study it, and et cetera and so forth, along when because it can't go against what's already out there. For those who understand what I'm saying, like we can have a more private conversation about it, but it can't be more beneficial than what's out there. That's the best way I know how to put that. And that's kind of how that works.
You know, I would love to. Oh God, I hate the fact that this hour is already coming to an end. This is another look. I'm going to be honest, guys. This show is right now, where I was hoping this show would be in 2 years, and it's because I've ran into individuals like you who are bringing up these wonderful, wonderful points. And I really feel like if we keep talking about this, we're going to make that difference. We're going to open somebody's eyes. Because see, Ryan, Greg, Kane, Denzel, here's the thing that just pisses me off. They sit there and they put all the restrictions on these things that are grown naturally, yet they're going to throw this garbage down your throat that is extremely addictive, damaging to your body, and nowhere near as healthy for you in the name of healing. And it's not healing, it's addicting.
Right.
What the hell do we have to do to tell them, stop, make sense? You know, but I understand that we're talking about two houses right now, that if you take in a chocolate cake, you can look at them and say, is this chocolate cake good? One side's going to say no because it's made with Republican sugar. The other side's going to say no because it's made with Democratic flour. Shut the F up. It's a chocolate cake. It tastes good. Take it from a fat guy. Okay? Chocolate cake tastes good. That's it. You know, stop the arguing. Stop the nonsense. Stop taking the money from these huge people out there and let's study the truth. I mean, I'm extremely passionate about this, and I'm not. And look, I mean, I've been around marijuana my entire life. Okay, I'm starting to learn more about mushrooms. But the one thing I'm learning about mushrooms is I don't ever hear somebody say, "Oh, it messed my life up good." You know, except for one guy, and he just tried to run through a shower, but he was also drunk and we were young. So, yeah, it's just the way it is.
Zach, I did want to, I guess, note on that as you know, there's a decriminalization effort here in Colorado for psychedelics, and they're actually about to have clinical psychotherapy that's going to be available. It's going to be costly, but it will be available. And something that, you know, a big reason why I brought Greg on here is because there's a lot of psychologists that don't have any experience with psychedelic medicine who are going to be the ones that are facilitating the psychotherapy afterwards. And Greg, he actually helps get churches set up because there's religious freedoms that are surrounding these substances. And I just wanted to give Greg a chance to talk about that.
I'll make this just real quick, but Ryan's correct. Yes, properly asserted federal and at most state level, our rights are pretty clearly indicated to the religious use of substances, which clinically have been shown way more likely than not to effectuate religious experiences in those who come with them with proper intentions. And there are people, veterans groups all across this country gathering together for these sacred ceremonies to hold and support one another through this process. And so that's what I've kind of been working on too, as Ryan said, helping veterans come together in communion with these things and just provide a more cost-effective, direct, right now, today, access to these substances in a proper framework. And that's not to say everyone doing this is doing it in the proper framework, but we try to help people get to places that are. I'll say that.
Yeah. Well, Greg, I greatly appreciate that. And let's be honest here, okay? Responsible is responsible. Irresponsible is irresponsible, okay? You've got to take the good with the bad. But I mean, again, we're putting chemicals in the throats of people and causing more damage than is being done by somebody that sits around, eats a lot of Cheetos, and smokes a joint.
Yeah, you want to know something interesting though too is that ayahuasca, the vine, is an MAOI inhibitor. That's what makes the DMT active in your system. There are many, prescription medications that you can get that are mimicking that. So it's an MAOI medication that has longer effect than ayahuasca ever would. If you're prescribed an MAOI, it stays in your system for several weeks compared to ayahuasca that's out within 24 hours. So going back into like I wanted to note on what Greg was saying about the spiritual side of this, and I'm sure any veteran listening could agree that when you're dealing with combat PTSD, it's almost like a portion of your spirit was left on the combat field. And will you have something that triggers it? Maybe it's a lighter or firework or something that brings you back to that same period where your spirit is locked up and it's preventing you from moving forward, causing depression and anxiety. So that's just kind of my take on how there's a spiritual aspect into a lot of the mental illnesses that we're facing. And thank you also for notating on these are natural things. They're growing in the ground and they're illegal. You should have the right to put whatever in your body that you want to. You know, if you get prescribed an antidepressant, you have the choice on whether you're going to put that in your body. Same thing should be for anything. It should be your choice how it is that you manage yourself and your mental health, rather than like what's legal and illegal and if you should do it and what's the consequences and like worrying all about that. Take the studies, read them, read the effectiveness of all these different alternative therapies, make the decision for yourself and what it is that you're going to do, rather than just like what somebody tells you is right or wrong.
Well, gentlemen, I hate, and I can't state this enough. I hate saying these words, but unfortunately our hour has come to an end.
Yep.
This was so fascinating. Greg and Ryan, I want to introduce you to a couple kids in your area from a company called Biocentric. Greg, they've got a yurt outside of their home that they take, and they do a lot of study. And so I'm going to do my best to introduce you to them. Great kids, love them to death. Can you shush, please? I'm trying to talk here and be serious. But you know, I've had talks with them before they even went through and started to pass this with the mushrooms. We had a great conversation about it, but we're going to go a little bit over here, but I want to go around real quick and give you guys a chance to say any last words and tell us how people can get a hold of you, please. Ryan, we brought you on first, so let's start with you, please.
Okay. Yeah, getting a hold of me, easiest way is my phone number, which you were presenting not long ago, which is 720-215-0463. I do have an email landing page too, but it's a little complicated. Happy to help anybody out. And, you know, even if it's not for mortgages, if you're dealing with any sort of struggle, you've got my number. Like, feel free to reach out, because, you know, I've definitely got a lot of resources for you.
Well, and everybody's number will be up on the website. I unfortunately haven't had time to get everybody bannered up. So I do apologize for that. But Kane, why don't you give us any last words, and how do people get a hold of you?
Easiest way to get a hold of us is either through the website bluebellbh.com or our phone number. Pull that back up real quick. Usually I have it memorized. 520-375-2682 or tech@Bluebell Management. That's Bluebell and then mgmt.com. So that's the easiest way to get a hold of us. We're here to help any way we can. If we can't help you with what we do, we have other resources we can connect you with as well. Me and my co-owner are also associate members of the MCL in our local area. So we've got many connections that way as well.
Well, we're gonna keep working together. And Kane, just look in your spam box. I think unfortunately that email went there, but if not, I'm going to send you another email probably tomorrow. Something tells me I'm going to be a little busy for the rest of today, but I'll try to send it tomorrow for sure. Denzel, any last words, and how do people reach out to you?
Well, I have a website, wordofmouthproductions.com. You can reach me at my website. The website is more so directed towards, you know, the ages of 15 to like 35, trying to navigate life, so to speak, and whatnot. Not to say older generation or older people can't come to me for, you know, advice or wanting to learn how to do certain things, but that's typically how you can find me. And then I check my emails religiously at this point. Lord, I just want emails to go away. But anyways, that's the best way to reach me about anything psychology related, or just, you know, you need to chat or talk.
All right. Greg.
Yeah, thank you. Honored to be here today. Like I say, I'm here to help provide veterans with clarity on their rights as American citizens, particularly as it relates to the First Amendment and other federal state laws. You can reach me on my Patreon. It's patreon.com/George Greg Lake. If it's any veteran that just wants to talk or possibly about the subject matter we discussed today, needs maybe getting pointed to some competent people and groups of other veterans to work with, I can definitely help with that too. And again, just reach me through my Patreon, patreon.com/George Greg Lake. And again, honored to be here today. Thank you.
Well, you know what, guys? I'm gonna try to get with you guys, and maybe we can set up another little round table that we can have during one of just my regular podcasts, to where we can continue this conversation and make sure that we're keeping up on Kane and Denzel, Lisa on Bluebell, and trying to support each other as well as we can. So, to all of you, thank you so much. Like I said, this was a fantastic hour. I really appreciated it. You guys are phenomenal. The work that you're doing, I can't tell you how much I do appreciate it. So, but we will be in contact. We will get together again. So, but thank you all so very much.
Thank you, brother. Yeah, y'all have a good one.
All right, thank you. Well, Z, wow.
Brilliant. I'm just lost for words. 6 to 12 months just to get just to get an update. Ridiculous. Wow. And I thought I was a parasite. And there are just some people out there that don't respect others for what they've done. Getting there for joining the military at such a young age, and a lot of great points. Some people stop learning after 25, and there are people like yourselves that'll live and learn for the rest of their lives. Great stuff.
I think the thing that pissed me off the most about that, Z, is it went from 6 months to where the person had a gun in their mouth, and all of a sudden, it changed to 6 weeks.
That's
correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't a bullet travel a hell of a lot faster than 6 weeks?
Slightly quicker than 6 weeks, to my knowledge.
I've shot a gun or two in my day, but I've never tried to run with a bullet. But I'm pretty damn sure it's quicker than that. So, Z, brother, thank you for your time.
Thank you for having me.
Let's continue this talk. Please, everyone, remember, Mr. Z is one of our giving partners. He is my giving brother and if you need website work, call this man, because when you call him, he does the work. He supports these organizations that we're talking about, including these 2 brand new organizations that we're bringing up right now. And Ryan, I need you to stick around, please, if you can. I want to introduce you to these 2. So, but thank you, my friend. I appreciate it.
Thank you for having me here.
No.
And for those who have served, and thank you for showing your support and for our freedoms. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I'm floored, appreciative that they were here, but so upset at what we just heard. I mean, those are the things that we have to figure out. I'm going to start by bringing Ryan back on and bringing on, everybody knows how much I love this lady, Janet from Healing Warriors. Hello. And I had the privilege of eating wings with this gentleman last night at Buffalo Wild Wings, Mr. Bart Bartholomew. How are you all doing?
Doing great. Hi, Janet.
Hi, sweetie.
So, Janet, I mentioned to you the other day that there was a gentleman who wanted to turn purchases of housing into a $1,000 donation. Bart, Ryan has a great offer for Colorado nonprofits. Ryan, could you please introduce your offer to these 2? These are 2 nonprofits here in Colorado, and these are 2 of the people that I want to hook you up with.
Yeah. Basically, I just saw that there was a huge disservice to veterans and even active duty military in, well, one, there's little to no education on what their benefits even are when it comes to VA loans or really anything, even like just regular VA benefits to begin with. But, I am working in the mortgage industry. So I just heard several stories back to back of, you know, veterans almost losing out on the houses that they wanted because, you know, these large organizations, they're on a salary. Somebody who comes into them is just like, yeah, I'll deal with them when I can, rather than like, this is a human being that's like making the biggest investment of their life. So, you know, to, I guess, promote more that I want people to be educated on the process, I take like 30 minutes to an hour with whoever it is that I talk to, making it sure that they know the ins and outs of the process. If it is a veteran or active duty, doesn't matter if it's a purchase or refinance. I'm going to take $1,000 and donate it to a nonprofit of their choice. So glad to meet both of you. It would be, I'm going to kind of like give like a list, you know, they of course can choose whoever it is that they want, but hey, these are two good organizations. These are what it is that they're doing. And yeah, hopefully get you guys some donations for your organizations.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to, I just wanted to make sure that you were introduced to him. I know that I've promised introductions, but had this whole 22-hour thing that I got a little bit busy with. So,
oh, come on, slacker. What the
I
heck?
know. Dropping the ball everywhere. No internet yesterday.
Oh, no.
Started the morning with no internet. I mean, what the hell's wrong with me? I mean, I act like I work so damn hard. So, but yeah, I mean, Ryan, if you got a little bit, you want to stick around and hear a little bit more about these wonderful organizations. If you have to drop off, I understand.
Sure. Yeah, I can be here.
Janet, why don't you go on ahead and go first? Anybody who follows what we do here at Community Pay It Forward know these two. These two have been on my shows quite often, and look, these are two of my favorite people in the world. They
You say that
truly
to
are.
everybody.
No, not. I say it a lot, but I mean it with you guys. So, but you know, Janet, you helped me through a lot of different things, and you're a great resource for other nonprofits, and that's one of the reasons why I think I have so much respect and love for you, is because anybody, you know, we've got friends that I introduced you to that are across the country.
Yeah.
And they were able to call you. And they were able to say, hey, you know what? Can you give us a little guidance? And you help them. And that is just, there's so much respect there. So please introduce yourself and tell us about Healing Warriors.
Well, first, thank you for having me again. And I'm glad I was going to say you're still upright. You're in a chair, so that's good. You're still upright though. So thank you. And
can't move or you'll see where the broom is.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, that's going to be rough. You're doing great though. So, I am Janet Hafield. I am the development manager for Healing Warriors program, and we are a veteran nonprofit in Fort Collins, Colorado. And our main mission is suicide prevention for veterans and their families. So, we do everything. It's all no cost. It's all non-narcotic treatments that we do for not only the veteran, but their spouse, their partner, and their parents. We do have our main clinic in Fort Collins, but then we also have monthly pop-up clinics in Longmont, Denver, and Colorado Springs. We do all the stand-down events for homeless vets. We do all the yellow ribbon events for pre- and post-deployment. We go to Warren Air Force Base in Wyoming. We go to Buckley here in Denver. So we're sort of all over the place trying to help as many people as possible. We treat for the main factors that cause suicidal ideation in veterans and even their caregivers. So the main things that we treat for are PTSD, traumatic brain injuries, interpersonal trauma, chronic pain, and then sleep disturbances. The two easiest way to get somebody to walk in our door is ask them if they're in pain or if they sleep. That's the two things it's easy for them to be able to say, yes, I'm not doing these things, or I have this pain. Beyond that, we also have a lot of other treatment series programs, everything from detox programs to a senior specific program called WIPSIP. We do everything from immune support. We have a cancer support series. We also have a pre and post surgical support series. So we have a series for almost everything. But again, everything is non-narcotic. One of the biggest things is to get away from the opioid crisis and the mounds of prescriptions that every vet seems to get handed when they leave service to try to, not do anything about the actual problem that they have, but just to sort of throw a lot of medication at it. So everything we do is non-narcotic. Members from the public can come in and try all of our modalities for education series. We also have two client care specialists in our clinic that every single person that walks in the door gets to meet with to find out what else can we help you with. Is it food? Is it housing? Is it tires for your car? Is it education? Do you need a job? What can we help with? So as of last year we had over 300 veteran service organizations that we were partnered and connected with. Now we're up to about 540. So we're always adding resources, and we like to try to get more of a one-on-one relationship with those resources so that I can pick up the phone and say, hey, Bart, I've got Zach in here, and I need to get an appointment for him in the next week or so, because we want it to be more of a call to action type of a thing so they'll take action on whatever's going on with them versus handing them a whole list of websites and saying, here you go, have fun with that. Because that's part of the frustration of why many veterans end up, falling out of the system, because the system gets to be unmanageable for them. So our clinic is set up with the veteran in mind, the smells, the sounds, the way the rooms are put together. Half of our staff and half of our board are all veterans and or we're spouses or we're children of. So we understand who we're dealing with when they walk in the door, and we're a safe space for them. We try to peel back the onion after they get to know us on some of the lower level things that they come in for, but we're there to help every single way possible to make sure that we don't lose anymore. The suicide rate is horrible, and I mean our whole vision is we envision a suicide-free world where veterans and their families can thrive. So that in a nutshell is who we are. We encompass a lot, but that's kind of a little view.
I think the thing that you just said, by we encompass a lot, it's partly because you know what, Jenna, we need a lot encompassed.
Yeah.
I don't even know if that's a word,
right?
But it is now. So
yeah, all encompassing.
It's in the Zach
there you
dictionary
go.
of meh. So.
Yeah, no, it is, because I mean, more and more, I mean, we treat every era and every branch of service. So a lot of the organizations that are out there that are helping either combat veterans or things along that line, a lot of them have really focused on post 9/11, but we don't pick and choose. We don't care. All you need is a DD-214, military ID, VA card, doesn't matter. You don't have to be part of the VA to come see us, but we treat every branch of service. It doesn't matter if your injuries came from combat. A lot of people don't get trauma-based injuries while they're in combat or when they're in service. They escape trauma and join the military a lot of times. So we're not going to sit there and pigeonhole somebody and say, oh, well, I'm sorry, your traumatic experiences were before your service, so we're not going to treat you. That's not how any of this works. We're there on whatever level we can be and we have to be able to stop the craziness that's going on out there, because they're just losing hope, and we're there to try to bring that back for them. I don't care if they're 21 and are still in, or if they're 81 and have been out for 40, 50 years, they're still dealing with the same things they were dealing with when they got out, a lot of them. So they're very open to going, hey, you know what? I have tried so many other things that haven't helped. Bring it on.
Yeah, well, look, again, your program is so impressive just because of things that we just heard in the last hour, where somebody gets told, well, we can see you, but it's going to be a month or two down the road. Well, when you're in pain,
yeah,
a month or two,
that's a long time.
Yeah, living with pain for a month or two sucks.
Exactly. And that's why we're also a VA community provider. So if and that's where the gentleman that was right on at the end, as you were wrapping up, who was talking about making sure that veterans know what their rights are. We're very adamant about that as well. We do have a good relationship with the VA, but that doesn't mean that we aren't advocating for the rights that they have through the VA that they may not know about. It's like, look, if they're telling you it's going to be more than 30 days, you have every right to ask for a referral, and they have to give you one, and that referral would come to us if they're in northern Colorado or maybe even further south, because sometimes they're trying to send them to Nebraska or, other places that are so way out of the scope. So we are that person that they can send them to, and we can get you in within 24 to 36 hours usually.
Well, Ryan is going to be able to connect you with Greg. So when I make that introduction, I'll include Greg in that email. Of course, that email is probably not going to come until Monday. Let's be honest here.
No worries.
But, so
hopefully you sleep all weekend.
You know what? I only I only blocked off until noon tomorrow.
No, that's not enough.
So it is what it is. But hey, Bart, long time no see, brother.
Golly, it's been hours.
Hours. Yeah. That's exactly what it's been, And Janet, you know what this guy made me do last night? He made me like almost run. It was more like a fat guy waddle. But he forgot his wings on the table, so I had to sit there and waddle out to him to get them to him. But,
hey, don't leave that stuff behind. Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, I just finished them off, man.
There you go.
Did you? So, well, just a personal note. Things didn't go quite like we were hoping last night at Buffalo Wild Wings, but the Greeley Buffalo Wild Wings, you know what? They knocked it out of the park. They helped us out. I'm still hoping to find some time to play the recording that we had, even though once again it was from my cell phone. So, fat guy in a little phone. It doesn't look great, but it was what it was, and had a great conversation last night with Bart, with Bob, and having Steve there. It was a really good time. We did a lot of conversing, and Steve made a lot of funny hats for a lot of happy waitresses. So, but
He's a balloon guy.
We couldn't get Bart to wear one, but
What?
He never asked.
That's true.
I was going to say, Bart is up for anything. I mean, he would have been the first one running around in that thing.
Bart's not cheap, but he's easy.
I'll let that one go.
All right. Well, Mr. Cheap and Easy, why don't you go on ahead and tell us a little bit about veterans, honoring veterans? I'm never going to get that thought out of my head.
I can't believe my potty mouth said that, but here we go. Anyway, my name's Bart Bartholomew. I started a little nonprofit back in 2017. Let's see. I'm not like the folks that you've had and you're going to have. I'm not the. I'll just tell you what I do, because it's. I feel I'm doing something, but I'm not doing it on the goal like Healing Warriors and some of these other folks. They are taking pain out of the body to where I'm trying to put a smile on a face and a warm shot to the heart that they might not have got. So what our organization does is we search out veterans, which is not a hard thing to do in northern Colorado. Within the two counties up here, Larimer and Weld County, we have well over 50,000 plus veterans. So finding a veteran to present one of our statutes is never going to be a difficult time. The difficult problem is time and location, and obviously the dollars. And that's why we do benefits, because we try to get those dollars. But the lost my train of thought, folks. Keep me on track. And I've had sleep, Zach, so I can't imagine where you are if I drift off as easy as I do when I got a good 8 hours. But anyway, we find these veterans and we interview them just long enough to find out what branch they were in, and maybe what they did while they was in the service, if they received any awards or medals, and we personalize their nameplate that gets put on a statue. We have 6 statues. We got Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, and then for our ladies, we have a beautiful red, white, and blue flag in the talons of a American eagle. That's really gorgeous. And then for the ladies, we also have a lady saluting the flag, the officer, whatever it is, but they're saluting. Really kind of cool looking statues as well. But we donate these, or we present these the first and third Saturdays at the Golden Corral in Loveland during our Pam Vet Breakfast Club, which started in 2008. Which that right in itself, the Pam Vet Breakfast Club is a therapy close to none, because what happens in that breakfast club is it starts by men and women standing outside, whether it's 85 degrees or 17 below degrees, whether it's raining or snowing, no blizzard or anything like that, but they do get wet, they do get cold until they get into the breakfast at 8:30. So they'll stand there for 25 or 30 minutes visiting with each other in the weather. And they had to do that when they were in the military. They don't have to do it now. This is a want to. So when you see somebody anywhere from in their 30s up to 90 plus standing out in this weather, that means something to me. That and I use the word camaraderie. You're not going to find that. And I challenge any state in the union to beat the Pam Vet Breakfast Club as far as what we do on a weekly basis. And I mean this. If there's anybody that sees this outside of Colorado and you want to challenge us, please let us know, because we get 100 to 150 every Saturday. Not once in a while. There's no holidays for us. It's just every Saturday. So
it's a packed house every week.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's really, it's kind of unbelievable. We had an opportunity to be on Channel 31 with Jeremy Hubbard here not too long ago, and he did a 2-day segment on us, and it's over a 20-minute segment. It's available on Channel 31. Anybody wants to watch a good interview with a bunch of veterans with what we do, that's where you're going to find it. Jeremy did a great job. But anyway, so we've presented well over 700 statues in the few years we've been started, and got me a nice little team, and we are just going great guns, and every time we have an opportunity to do something like we did with Zach last night, I'm going to take it. It was kind of fun yesterday. I got to start out and kind of explain to the viewing audience, and you guys know, but first off, Bart didn't have the hours right. So Bart takes his team and goes to the Greeley wings, and I go in there and I knock on the door 10 till 11 opening time, figuring I'm going to get in there early and find a place to set up my table. And no, we don't know nothing going on like that. No, you ain't got anything. So I called Zach, and Zach got a hold of the team and found out that there had been a glitch. So it's supposed to be Fort Collins, Greeley, and Loveland. Turned out it was only in Greeley, but our lovely Janet was probably going to be up to the Fort Collins one with her team, and we was going to rock and roll all 3 golden or buffalo wings. But anyway, after I screwed up the time, got the right time, then I found out from Zach was only going to be Greeley, but I had one of my team members over there, and Steve, the balloon guy, was just having a great time. He got the waitresses competition. He got kids in competition. So it was a wild wing night.
Yeah.
I do want to share something else
Well, hold on before you go anywhere. Janet, do you want to say it or do I? This guy discounting himself. I
Oh,
don't know about
absolutely.
that.
Yeah, I mean, so you were talking about, we take away pain. Well, so do you. I mean,
Absolutely.
you're
Oh,
giving people back, a welcome that they didn't get, most of them, and a pride back that, people pretty much crapped on for a lot of years. And so that's a whole different kind of pain. And so you're definitely, I mean, you are not just some band-aid walking around out there, slapping a little yay at them. It means so much more to them. So yeah, don't ever discount what you do for these folks.
all right. I apologize for doing that.
I got this from somebody and I appreciated the hell out of it, okay? It's just a little polar bear phone holder. You know what
Oh, cool.
Yeah, you know what you give people, Bart? You give people respect.
Yeah.
You give people a thanks that, like Janet said, there was a little old man that if he would have heard you say what you just said about you not giving him, the little old man who held on to that like it was an
Oh,
Oscar, brother,
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you right now, he would have argued with you all day long because what you give people is so special. So yeah, I knew I was going to confuse you at first, but I knew you and we were thinking the same thing. It's like,
Yeah.
is this guy out of his mind?
I know, and I almost
well,
busted in right
I,
after he
I,
said it, but I was like, nope, I better wait.
So
I thought I led into this uh, the proper way to not get chastised because
Nope.
I I
You
was wrong.
forget who you're
Okay.
dealing with here, honey.
All right. Yeah, redheads. I got a granddaughter, so yeah. But anyway, if you'll allow me to jump into something else real quick.
Yeah.
And I got in on the tail end of your last segment and going on what Ryan was talking about. And I'm getting the gist of it, how long we have to wait when we go to get an appointment at the VA. It's terrible. I'm going to defend the VA in just a short way by saying there's thousands and thousands, like I said, 50 some thousand just in northern Colorado, and that's 2 counties. That doesn't include part of Boulder and some of the outlying areas. So when they opened up this clinic, it was a oh God, look what we've got, man. We're going to take care of everybody right now. Well, the VA, I knew they knew what was going to happen, but they got slapped pretty hard in the face by saying, "All right, we don't have the staff to handle this many," because once we got the word out that we had a beautiful facility and a secondary facility, and then a third office, well, everybody said I can get fixed right away.
Yeah.
So the floodgate opened, and phone calls just poured in more than they ever did before, and they're but off the defense, they are doing a great job.
yeah, and Bart, believe me when I say this, I understand that. I honestly do. And I'm going to preface this by saying this. My dad went in today because he was in some serious pain.
Oh.
They sent Dad home. My dad's having an emergency surgery right now. Okay, and everyone's allowed to make mistakes. Okay, everyone's allowed to make mistakes, but our thing is that we're talking about an organization, the VA, that gets. Look, if you guys got a third of the money that they get, if you guys got an eighth of the money that they get every month, imagine how much you guys could help people. I just don't understand. The office is nice. The office is nice, but there should be one of those offices in Fort Collins, one in Greeley, one in Loveland.
There should be as many of those as there are Starbucks in every town.
I absolutely agree with that.
Just saying, we have more coffee shops than we have, help for people. And what I
They're like
will
bad
say,
wit.
though, I mean, the VA is trying in a lot of cases. I mean, managing expectations is one of the big problems. I mean, because yes, everybody thinks, oh, new facility, yes, we can handle everybody. No, I mean, they didn't manage expectations very well, knowing how many are up in this area. The second thing, though, is they are launching different programs on a national scale. I mean, the Sergeant Fox grant that we got last year and this year is one of the big pieces to try to do exactly what you guys are talking about, to try to connect community providers more with the VA, and for community providers to be able to help people that they just can't, and to help connect people who are not part of the VA to services. So their grant to us over the last 2 years has been a huge help in expanding our suicide prevention. And there's a lot of reporting, and it's very, and that was very fluid when it first started too. It was really trying to navigate, what does this program look like, because it was newly rolled out. So as it's rolled along, and as everybody's provided feedback, there were 85 organizations over the entire country, 3 in Colorado, we were one, and all of our feedback and things to report on, and all of the criteria that they want to make this program successful is part of their strategy in really being able to help more people out there. So they are trying, but again, if there was a VA on every Starbucks corner, we would have a whole different conversation.
Yeah, and again, Bart, I completely agree with you that, by God, and look, this is no defamation of the doctors and the nurses and everybody that, it's really not. They do try. But this, I really think it should be looked at, okay? Because we're in an area, let's just put it this way, we're in an area where there are 8 hospitals. We're in an area where there are 8 hospitals. You can't tell me that they can't find space for a VA office or something in each one of those hospitals.
Most of them have some sort of a veteran services portion to them, but I don't know how tied in they are with the VA portion of things. They just have their own sort of veteran services.
Yeah, I mean, our only purpose for this whole 22-hour thing is to try to find alternative ways of making some of this change, making a change, and of course supporting what you guys are doing, because what you guys are doing is just fantastic. Look, I love the fact that the VA knows that they need help, and they call Janet and they can say, you know what, Healing Warriors, help us.
Yeah.
Help us. And, Janet and her team says, you got it.
Yeah.
You got it. That's it. It's one of those things. And this is something that I think Bob and I brought up last night on our conversation, where we were like going, you can't, it's like, it's like I said in the last hour, you catch your house on fire. You can't wait for 3 weeks for the fire department to get there. And, and leaving people in pain. I mean, look, let's be honest here. Not all of us can be young and pretty like Janet. When stuff starts to hurt, it makes life miserable. Your head starts going into weird places because you're like, I'm sick and tired of the pain. I'm sick and tired of all this stuff.
Hey, every day is a pain bingo card for me too, so I appreciate that. But yeah, I can get up and it's like, okay, today it's the knee. Oh, tomorrow it's the foot. Yeah. I mean, everybody deals with that, and I think it's more the emergency side of things, and it's government. They are always going to be behind the 8 ball. Unfortunately, it's the hurry up and wait syndrome that's been there forever, because they're still getting to that point of recognizing the things that veterans have gone through in the different places that they've been put. So it's like, okay, are we now going to admit that now burn pits are causing all of this? I mean, it's really catching up to everything that has happened to the people that have served in these areas that absolutely have contracted things from the places that they've been, that hasn't caught up to that either, so it's a struggle. I mean, I feel for them, I really do, because
Yep.
there is a lot of need out there, and we just can't provide quickly through the government services most of the time what these people need, and that is the sad part.
Zach, I want to go back to what you had mentioned. You just touched on it, so there must be more to it about your dad. You said your dad went in and sent home, and now he's in emergency surgery.
Yes, sir.
Can you fill me in just a little bit, because I want to follow up with something else with that and ask a question. You might answer by telling me.
Bart, I'll be honest. I wish I had more details. I know that my dad's been suffering with a couple hernias the last couple weeks, but last night he was going to join us last night, but by the time it came for us to leave, he couldn't even move. Yeah, and he woke up this morning in such ungodly pain that Adrian, and you know how difficult it is for my mom to get around. You've been here and you've seen her. They had to physically move him into the vehicle to get him to the hospital, and they took him into the hospital. There was a problem with the insurance or whatever it was. Again, I don't know the full story because I've committed to this. Of course, if something would have happened to my father, I would have canceled this in a second.
Absolutely.
But he would have kicked my ass if I would have done that. Let's be honest here. He really supports what we're doing. But and all I know is that Adrian came down a couple hours later and he said they've taken him in. He's going into emergency surgery. So unfortunately, I don't know a lot about it.
All right. So the reason I wanted to ask is I don't know if it's been brought up in any of your discussion today or in the past about what's going on at the VA NOCO with urgent care. Have you heard about what they're now calling sick call?
I have not.
Okay. The NOCO VA is just for someone who has called in and said, hey, I want to make an appointment 6 weeks out, 3 weeks out, tomorrow, whatever happens. But now your dad's got a problem with his stomach. He can now, and I don't know where he went, but he can now go into the VA between 7:30 and closing and go in and bypass the people up at the check-in and go straight to a sick call area and tell them what's going on. And there's an on-call doctor that's there. And I suppose if there's more than one that comes in, they can take care of them. I went in for a shoulder, and they seen me right away and got me some x-rays and told me what I needed to do, and I'm better. So that there again, they listened, and we hollered loud enough that we got somebody listening that says, okay, we're going to be open Monday through Friday. It's not like urgent care civilian where it's open 24 hours a day, but at least it's there. And they're also able to farm some of the veterans out that they might not be able to have the equipment for. I had some neuropathy stuff done outside the VA because they didn't have the equipment, and they did it locally. So then I want to jump into something else. If you haven't heard about that, please share with veterans if they've got a sore throat, if they've got a cough, if they got a stomach ache, if they got a twisted ankle, if they got whatever they might have that they need some immediate care, go in between 7:30 and closing and go down to the south end by door number was sign number 7, and there's a window down there. You can go in and tell them who you are, what you need, and they'll try to get you as quick as they can. So that's a plus.
Yeah, absolutely. And please do forgive me, Bart. I don't mean to.
No, you're
yeah,
not.
I don't
don't
mean to come at anybody like that. It's just when we had 2 guests last hour, okay, and two guests, they didn't know each other, had no idea who each other was, and they both started telling us within 10 minutes of each other how they both have a different friend, not the same guy, who went to the VA and was asking for help because he wasn't feeling right. And the soonest appointment the kid could get, both gentlemen, they both were told it was a 6-month wait. One of them, Bart, had a gun in his mouth, and they said, well, we can get you in 6 weeks because you're obviously in emergency. And that's where, that's where my, I hate to call it a joke because I wasn't joking. That's where the joke came across is, does a bullet take 6 weeks?
Yeah, I heard that part. Yeah.
You know, because it's astonishing to me that, you know what, I'm sorry. I understand VA's got their thing. I understand that they got that, but that's where they've got to be able to call the hospital and say, hey, drop everything, get to this kid now. I don't care the political aspect of it. I don't care about the red tape. I don't care about all that other stuff. Drop what you're doing. We've got an emergency. We've got a kid ready to end his life. Why can't we do that?
I agree 100%, without a doubt. And I hadn't heard that, but that torques my ass. That shouldn't happen. Red tape is I hate that term anymore. It's just so bad because everybody falls back on it when there's an issue. Hey, listen, we got to go through the process. We got to do this. We got to do that. There's other people involved. You know, listen, we have a guy's getting ready to commit suicide. We need to get him help right now. You need to get somebody to his house. You need to have somebody talking to him while you're on the way. You need someone talking to him on the telephone, keeping him from pulling the trigger. And I think they have a lot of this in process, but obviously it doesn't work. And I hate the telephone system. If I'm getting ready to commit suicide, I don't want to go through 5 prompts before I hear, if you're ready to harm yourself, you know, dial this 1-800-1-2-3-4-5-6-7-8.
Yeah.
Now, wait a minute. What happened to press 0?
Yeah.
Press 1 if you've got a gun. Press 2 if you've got a knife. Press 3 if you're going to take and try to cover your face with a pillow. Press 4 if your wife is pissed and standing over you with a frying pan.
Yeah.
You know,
there's got to be politicians that need to listen to this podcast. There's got to be politicians that listen to a veteran's problem. They got to quit making a name for themselves by being on TV and fighting with the other side. These politicians have got to say, our veterans need more attention than the illegal immigrants that's coming across the south border, and let's do something for our veterans. But no, they just open up the floodgates again and let them come in, and then when we want a Band-Aid, you know, it takes 3 weeks to get that Band-Aid. So
and there's no crisis solutions. You know, when somebody is at critical mass like that, you know, they've got the 9881, but I've even heard horror stories about people using that. So it's like the solutions aren't there for people that are at that point, you know, of really needing help right now. I mean, we do what we can with coping kits that we give out and things. That if we see somebody who's at a higher risk because of the Sergeant Box program, we do whatever we can. I mean, even something as simple as this. I mean, this is literally a magnet that we put together.
Yep.
Pop that out of there. You put a picture of your dog, your best friend, your college buddy's pizza. I don't care. Put this on your gun safe. And if this right here, this little couple of dollar thing will make you take that moment to not pull that gun out of that gun safe, then it's money well spent, you know. So it's little things that are going to break that cycle that they're in at that moment, and to frustrate them further with some of the methods that they don't have to be able to get help, that doesn't help things. So
Yeah, statistics, and okay, let's be honest here. Statistics are BS. All right, they really are. But statistics show most suicides are split-second decisions.
Yeah.
Something like that, and I've heard people talk good, bad, whatever about it. But guess what? If you got to take and remove a picture of your son, your daughter, your wife, like you said, your favorite pizza. I kind of like
your
that
dog.
one. I
You
ain't
use your
killing
service
myself if
dog.
I
It doesn't
see
matter.
a Hawaiian pizza. I ain't killing myself. I'm calling pizza.
I'm calling blackjack. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go. But anything that's going to slow that second down.
Yep, we give out gun locks. We give out everything that we can to try to make that a deterrent, because yes, it's seconds.
I love that, Janet. That's pretty cool. I hadn't seen that.
Oh, you haven't?
No. I got to get me one because just because I want to share it with other people.
Yeah. You know what? I'd love to have one that I can show in the back and make sure that we can get them to people as well. Look, I could sit here and talk to you two all day long. I mean, we're friends. One, all of us know each other intimately. We do spend a lot of time on the phone. We do spend a lot of time texting back and forth. And just being able to have this little Northern Colorado section, I really, really love this because
give me 5 minutes. Give me 5 minutes before we close.
Yeah, you got it. But the thing is that I in no way, I have no intention whatsoever of starting a conflict. But Bart, I don't know if you've heard my philosophy on the House and Congress right now with the chocolate cake. Have I ever told you that? Okay, you can take a chocolate cake into the House or Congress, either one, or House or Senate. You can take a chocolate cake into there, and you can tell them, okay, guys, I'd like to present you with this. Let them both have a slice and ask them, what did you think? And one side's going to say, I didn't like it because it was made with Republican sugar. The other side's going to say, I didn't like it because it was made with Democratic flour. Shut up. It's chocolate cake. This is coming from a fat guy. It tasted great. You don't need to worry about stop arguing about everything and start pulling your head out of your ass and thinking about what you're doing. Stop thinking with your wallets and start thinking with our veterans' lives, because that's what we're losing while you idiots are all sitting up there going, well, we can pass this if we get this.
Yeah, we have to get past the point of acceptable losses in situations like this, because it's not acceptable.
Yeah.
People are forgetting that, the only reason that they have what they have is because of these folks. And yet they consider them as acceptable losses, while they're negotiating, at a round table over exactly what you were just talking about, bickering and arguing over things that make absolutely no difference in the long run. It's like, get down and get some solutions made.
Yeah,
our country should always be first. We should fix our problems before we fix other people's problems. We have never been able to do that for as long as I can remember. We always want to be the first one to say, here's our money. Here's our money to take care of your problem when we have so many problems right here. We want to be the best. The only thing we're the best at right now is being laughed at. I can imagine every country in the world looks at the United States and say, what a total joke.
Bart, my son is in Japan. my son is in Japan. He teaches English to kids with disabilities, kindergartners with disabilities. He teaches English to them. When Free came home for New Year's, he and I had started to have a conversation, and he says, "Dad, I'd rather say I'm a Japanese citizen right now. Everybody looks at us like we are, and there are comedies that make more sense than the way our country's being ran."
A White House, yeah.
And
But at the same time, I think we use
this
that.
is for years, though. This isn't this isn't a one side or the other thing. This is both sides have their heads so firmly up their ass.
Oh, yeah, no
And
doubt.
both sides, they've forgotten the meaning, the definition of compromise. Nobody should win except for we the people.
Well, and on that level, though, I think also that unfortunately our citizen population are using that as an umbrella to blame the country on what's going on. They have to look at themselves too.
Mhm. Yeah,
Take some self-responsibility here, because there are people that, that they're looking at homeless people on the street and want to judge everything, that they don't know anything about this person, but they'll throw away hundreds upon thousands of dollars worth of food out of their own fridge after they leave a meal. So it's a little bit of self-responsibility there too. We can't be a better country if our citizens don't give a crap either. You can't use it to hide under the umbrella.
Absolutely. Point on. Spot on, kid. Yeah. We the people, again, Zach, we have control if we know how to use it
exactly
as a country, because we can change Congress. We can change all those people in there by the way we vote. Voting's coming up right now. So you have an opportunity to make changes or keep it the same, whichever you want. But it's our responsibility.
Yes.
To put those people in or take them out.
And if you're going to
make the changes. I mean, it's our responsibility. Those people are not responsible for you going out every day and paying your bills and being a humanitarian, being just a human being that has empathy and understands the plights that are going on around you. You cannot be that blind. So we cannot just sit there and hide under the covers and say, oh, well, the government's screwed up, so nothing's ever going to get better. Other countries are going to get, take over. Come on. It's self-responsibility. Everybody needs to do their part. You want to, and the bad line of, be the change that you want to see. Well, that's what needs to happen,
And you're right on. Look, and Bart, to your point, you know what? If you don't vote, if you don't care enough to see the change, shut up.
Exactly. Shame on you. You can't be you don't get to be an armchair politician, and
that's right.
Or a keyboard warrior. They're all keyboard warriors now.
Well, my guy's not in it, so I'm don't deal. Look, I mean, if you let's be honest here, and I know that this isn't probably the PC thing to say, but if you're going to vote, I mean, look, if you think that it's one side that's wrong and the other side is perfect, well, you're freaking wrong.
No.
Neither side cares all that much. But the truth is, you have to get involved.
Yep.
Am I saying that they're going to listen? No. But you have to vote your opinion.
Yes, and you have to advocate, and you should be volunteering. You should be getting involved in all of the things that are upsetting you about why things aren't the way that you want them. Then do something about it.
Absolutely. Bart, you wanted 5 minutes?
Okay. We've been talking about how tough it was to get into the VA and get care and stuff like that. Janet, you know how grants work. You've got some grants. Well, my little post down in Bertha, post 67, our adjutant filed for a grant 2-3 years ago right now, and we got it. We got quite a bit of money, And I want Northern Colorado to know that there is money through a VA grant, and we can help with incidentals. We can help with some getting you out of debt a little bit. I saw Ryan; he was with the loan advisor financial. I didn't get all of it. Is he a go-to person to help someone clean up their bills and learn how to spend money?
He is going to help people get into homes. And
Okay, all right.
yeah, and if he gets people into homes, he's
and
going
that's
to give
what
$1,000.
That's what we're doing too. We're trying to get them off the street. We got one lady off the street in Greeley. We got her into a place, and then we took care of the rent, heating bill, a couple other ones. Give her a couple $100 in grocery gift certificates. So Northern Colorado, my name is Bart Bartholomew. Write this phone number down: 970-481-9640. That is my home telephone number. I am the one that's talking to you about getting you some money to pay your water bill or pay your light bill or give you a grocery card. So again, Bart Bartholomew. Zach will put my number up there later on. I can help you.
You know what? If you're listening to this and you want to get a hold of Bart, call me. I will connect you immediately. So
now this is not. I want a handout. This is a hand up. We don't come back to the trough over and over again, because the trough's going to be empty when you come back. You take care of yourself. You do what you need to do to get back up on your feet. We're going to help you do that. We're going to tell you there's places to go that's going to help you learn how to spend your money. We will do whatever we can to keep you off the street. Just remember, it takes you and me to do it. I'm going to get you started. Okay.
I appreciate it, Bart. I really do. Bart, thank you so much. I love
I'm off my soapbox.
Hey, you know what? Get your ass back on that soapbox. You deserve it. So, to both
Janet,
of you,
you're a sweetheart. Thank you for all what you're doing. I'm talking to Tim weekly. I got to come back and see you guys.
Yes.
I need to be on one of those tables myself.
Come in on Mondays or Thursdays, because I'm there, and then I get my hugs finally.
All right. Yeah, we got a lot of. I might not get anything done that day, Janet. We might be.
That's true. We might have to schedule your appointment for like the entire week.
Well, just a personal message to both of you. I love you both with all of my heart. I appreciate what you guys do. Both of these wonderful organizations are in the Community Pay It Forward family. Anytime you shop with any of our partners, you can support these two and their organizations, the hard work that they do. Look, we've had a really tough discussion the last couple hours about truth, and these two organizations are working towards the health of our veterans. It is so important. It is so important that we take action. I think that's the best message that was said right here. Take action. Yep. That's all you got to do. Don't sit there and don't sit there and play like you care.
It's not enough just to thank a veteran. Get out there and do something to actually help.
Yep. Thanking a veteran, I think, is one of the better things that you can do, but don't let that be the last thing you do.
Yep.
Scan this QR code right by Janet. Scan that QR code right now, and and you can bid for these other side.
No.
Yeah.
The other way.
Is it that way? Oh,
yeah, that way. Yeah, that way.
Yep,
So
yep.
scan the QR code right there that Janet was just pointing at, and you know what? Get in on the silent auction. There you go. That's my Vanna White right there. So, but you can get in on the silent auction for all these really cool things back behind us. And make sure right now, and look, I'm just going to say this. I think someone from the Williams family is going to end up winning this trip to Cancun, because They are kicking ass.
Oh, good.
We've given them the opportunity to once an hour tag 4 of your friends and 1 nonprofit. Tag 4 of your friends and 1 nonprofit. And when you do that, you're in for a trip to Cancun. Okay. I don't know if you're anywhere near us, but the weather's not terrible right now. But guess what? This is Colorado. So that means that here in about 3 or 4 days, we're going to be under another 9 inches of freaking snow.
It could be 3 or 4 hours. It's like, hold my beer.
That's
It's
true,
spring.
that's true.
Hold my beer.
Yeah.
You know what's funny, and we'll end this hour with this, but what was really funny is the other day after sharing the credit gave me that opportunity, we were going to record a video the next day, and Adrian woke up and she goes, "Have you looked outside?" No. Went outside and there was this much snow, and so we decided to record the video where I was shoveling. I think I only took like 2 shovel scoops, and I'm like going, I ain't doing this. It'll melt eventually.
Yep.
But yeah, so Cancun sounds really, really nice. So Bart, Janet, thank you so much. Thank you for your belief in what we're doing, and thank you for everything that you two do. Bart, don't you dare ever sell yourself short.
I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that.
Well, like Janet said, you know what? I'll sick her on you, and if you escape from her,
that's fine.
yeah, there you go, there you go. And if you escape from her, I'm coming to get you. Of course, I'm gonna have to wait until you sit down. I'm not very fast, but thank you both very much, and I do appreciate.
Well, thanks for having me on.
Yeah, you know what?
We
You guys are always welcome. You know that. So
thanks for last night. I had fun.
Yeah,
So-
I was so happy to see you there. So, but we do. Unfortunately, we got to move on. But
Okay.
fortunately, we get to talk to my buddy Les next. So,
All right, Janet,
but-
Zach, thank you. God bless you both.
Love you.
love you both.
All
We'll
right.
talk to you later.
All right,
Bye.
bye-bye.
All right. Look, these last 2 hours have been very, very passionate. We've heard a lot of things that you can hear in my throat. I'm starting to get a little hoarse. We're into hour 14. I deserve to be a little hoarse. Actually, I'm a huge horse. Let's be honest. I'm a huge horse, fat ass at least. So we're gonna lighten everything up this next hour. We're gonna bring on our buddy Les Simpson, and he's gonna tell us about all the things that have come to fruition for banking and a change in banking. But this is the segment where I'm going to take a minute and I'm going to shut the show down for just a second. And I want to thank everyone who has had anything to do with the support and the honor of joining us and watching us and being part of this, whether you're a sponsor, a participant, a guest, whatever. Thank you for everything that you've done. Thank you for helping us through this. Okay. And I can't say it enough. And so I have made a little video just to say, if you're involved, if you're helping, thank you. again, thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey guys, we really need to pick up the steam on the silent auction. We have got a lot of cool little gifts, from the Yeti to the tool bag to books to other offers. My wife is making some custom gifts for you. You choose what it is. She makes it. We send it to you. You choose the colors. You choose everything. You give her a couple weeks and it's going to show up at your door. Terry's going to do a reading. We've got hockey tickets here in Greeley, but you know what? If you win the bid of those hockey tickets, we will give those tickets. If you can't make it, you tell us, you know what? I want you to send those to the Boys and Girls Club. We'll send them to the Boys and Girls Club. 4 kids can go and watch a hockey game. We'll let them know that you did that. You sent it. Tattoo right here in Greeley. $100 wine gift card. Brand new cast iron skillets. You can't have my hat and you can't have my beer. That's my granddaughter's hat to me. You can't have it. You definitely can't have my Megadeth beer. You wouldn't want it. It's been sitting up there for about 8 years, so you definitely wouldn't want it. My dog has graced me with his presence. So excuse the face because that's just wrong. But anyway, so now, and I'm sorry it's running a little bit late, but now we're going to talk a little bit on the lighter side. I do understand, look, the last 2 hours have been really serious conversations. So now we're going to lighten things up with my buddy, Les Simpson. How you doing, Les? You're on mute, my friend. There you go.
Yeah, I'm doing great. You're at 16 hours. And you got 6 left?
No, I've still got, I'm actually only at 14 right now.
Oh, I thought
I
you were
started at 2 a.m.
Okay.
So, yep. So unfortunately, I've still got an hour or two left. I say unfortunately, but you know what, Les, we're having, look, the conversations we've had, the participation that we've had, buddy, you and I have worked a long time to try to build up what we're building up with our show, with everything else. And you know what? We've gotten crowd reaction. We've gotten people who have listened. We've gotten just some amazing, amazing stories. I've sat here for the 14 hours and I am more energized than I have ever been 14 hours into a show before, because the stories that we've heard today are just invigorating, exciting, infuriating. But the thing is that they're all about how we can change things. And as a veteran yourself, thank you for your service, sir. As a veteran yourself, isn't that something that excites you, that we've actually got people talking about a way to change things?
Yes. Has to start it. You have to start with conversation and get other people involved. Even when you get mad, at least you listen to the other person and find out, do I really believe that? That's one of the things. If you really have conversations with people, you really have to examine yourself on whether you're talking about somebody else or your beliefs.
Yeah, you know, and look, there's not, it's not a bad thing if we disagree on certain items, okay? Yep. You know, whatever, your political party's one, mine's another, and that doesn't make us, you know, that doesn't make us mortal enemies.
Right. It
means that we don't agree on every policy. I'll guarantee you there are some that you and I are going to agree on.
Sure.
I'm going to guarantee you there are some.
Yep.
But, you know, it doesn't mean that we have to sit there and all day long and then walk away and never talk again.
Mm-hmm.
That's ridiculous if you let this garbage get to you that much.
But
Les, I got some bad news for you to start this with. I have not had a chance to do the thing, so but we can walk around and try to get around doing it some other way.
I'm sorry.
I was unable to download that. I just have not had a second.
Oh, no, I have a PowerPoint.
Okay, perfect. Well, I'm going to turn this over to you, my friend. I'm going to rest my voice and just ask questions, please. If you do have any questions for Les, the chat is right there. We've got people who are watching. I do ask if you like to save money and you like to get gifts for yourself, check this out. This is some great information. So if you want to get your PowerPoint started, my friend, we will get going.
Okay. Let's see here. This is going to be some phenomenal news, because what I've heard been discussed is a lot of possibilities and a lot of people having to change for it to work. Folks, this is real. This is possible. This could be implemented tomorrow. And so all of the foundations have been set. And the first thing I'm going to talk about is the pinch of finances. Now, some of us have been pinched. Some of us have been highly bruised. But one of the things I think all agree is things are extremely expensive today. And needless to say, inflation is, through the roof. The interest rates are through the roof. And everybody is trying to find ways they can save. And in fact, if you're a sandwich person, every 10 sandwiches, they give you one free. Of course, we're going to accept that because we're really trying to make ends meet. But what a lot of people don't understand is companies are in the same situation. They would love to get their employees a whole bunch of benefits. But first off, they don't have the resources. And second, they don't have the money. I mean, a lot of business owners I know would love to give more vacations and different things to employees, but the budget is just not there. And so what we're going to be talking about tonight is two things. We're going to be talking about employee benefits that are absolutely unheard of for the cost that we're asking for employers. And second, we're going to show nonprofits how they can actually support these businesses and get funded themselves. This is out of the box stuff, but it's real. And that's what we're going to be talking about today. And first off, there's three types of listeners probably on this marathon. First off, nonprofits that would really want funding. I heard that in the last deal. There's nonprofits all the time that want funding. They hold silent auctions, they hold fundraising and so forth, and we're going to help them with that and either tremendously increase the ability of that fundraiser, or if they want to put the effort here and reduce some of those fundraisers. The next is employers that want employee benefits, and at the same time, if they want to help out a nonprofit. And the third is people wanting to use these programs to actually help the nonprofit of their choice. And you'll be able to do that, which we'll cover all that. Now, first off, if you're a nonprofit, then you have to set up a separate business as your own sponsor. Now, I know that's Greek, and so we're going to go into it. First off, if your nonprofit earned the kind of money we're talking about here, it'd be in serious trouble with the IRS. But the IRS doesn't care how many donations you get. And so what we do is we set up a separate business entity that Carmen Booker, attorney that's going to be on at the end to answer any questions on this.
Yeah, and Les, just are you? It looks like your PowerPoint is stuck again.
Oh, is it? Oh, so
yeah,
I need.
So I think that we're going to have to change it. Oh, there you. Yep, there's Carmen. All right, perfect. You're on point now.
Okay, so you didn't see this earlier slide.
Right. Yeah,
okay.
We missed the one.
Okay. Did you get this one?
Yep, we saw that one. The only one that we've missed is the second one.
Okay. All right. And I explained it to three listeners.
You did a perfect job.
So anyway, as a nonprofit, you need to think outside the box. In fact, I hope there's some business people. One mistake I made earlier this week is I talked to the operations manager, and she said, man, I got to get the finance manager in on this. So we're going to, in fact, she's supposed to be on tonight. Hopefully she is, because business people and finance people understand this. People that just sign people up as sponsors usually don't, but that's where we need to get the board members involved. In fact, the board members can actually be owners of this separate entity. In fact, if you'll look here at the bottom, single member LLC, for a nonprofit that trusts their executive director or a sponsor or the chairman of the board to have their own LLC to get all the money to donate back to the nonprofit, then you only need a single member LLC, and that's $600 plus $199 to represent us to the members. And that's $199 for a total of $799. Some nonprofits want all the executive directors on there because they want as much control as they do the nonprofit, and that's fine. Then we need a multiple member LLC for $17.99. Now, first off, what are we doing here? I want you to think, board members, staff, and supporters of the nonprofit. You have a lot of connections. You just don't know. With this new entity, you can tremendously increase the funding to your nonprofit. And if you know restaurants, car dealerships, furniture stores, or sports teams, then we can start out slow and we can build. And when I'm talking build, we're going to be talking about that earlier. But if you know somebody that owns a data company with 10,000 employees, and this is, by the way, we just signed them up, a hotel group with 10,000 employees. If you have that kind of connections, think about every one of these employees, 10,000 employees, and the nonprofit is going to make between $2 and $15 per employee per month. I want you to absorb that. Over here at the restaurants and so forth, we build that up gradually, and I'll get to that. But so start thinking of possibilities of companies you can connect with that want to help you. Now, all that happens is we have a membership. If you belong to Costco or Sam's, same thing, $50 annual. Ours is $4.95 monthly. But what that gives you, first off, every expense that you have that's paid by credit card or debit card can now be turned into credits, so you're going to be able to use them twice. We have an e-commerce website where we have things 30 to 50% off quality daily items, toilet paper, paper towels, detergent, diapers, and so forth. Because again, people are being pinched. They really need a break and double their buying power. And plus 30 to 50% off premier travel destinations. And we'll get into that more. But the other thing we have now, for employers that really want to help their employees improve themselves, we have telemedicine, we have a health app, we have dental discounts, and I'll get into more of that, pharmacy discounts, financial management tracking, and soft skills training for 25 to 50% off. All you do is buy them down with the credits. And by the way, this here, the QR code, if you go to that for $50, you can start having these benefits as an individual.
Okay, and just excuse me for interrupting you,
Sure.
Yes, but please make sure that you understand the QR code he's talking about is one on the lower half of the screen, the one on the PowerPoint itself. The one up in the corner is the one for the silent auction and how you can donate. That's what that one is. So the one that he's talking about right now is the one with the F and the arrow in it. So please make sure that you scan the right QR code there.
Good point. Otherwise, they'll be donating, which is good too. But
yeah, which is great. We need that. We
bet.
we desperately need that. But yes, let's. We definitely want to get you in on this great deal.
Now, everybody asks us, how can we have 30 to 50% off of things every day, not a sale? Well, part of that is this. We're part of the banking system. And what I mean by that is we get the profits of the banks. Now, when I tell you that, some of them know this, some of them are really going to be ticked. Banks made $3.1 billion last year just by you swiping your debit or credit card. How would you like to be able to take part in that $3.1 billion? That's what we're offering and going to be providing. Now, on debit cards, if you're a debit card user, you know there's absolutely no benefits to it. There is going to be now. Establish a checking account with one of our banks, and we issue you a MasterCard debit card. And now every time you use it, you get credits for buying other things. And we'll get in that in a second. Now, also, all the cards in your wallet, every single one of them, you register for the $4.95 a month. And every time you spend anything on all the expenses, things like this, it's going to turn into credits that you can buy other things. So businesses really can cut costs because now they can buy things for their business that they couldn't before. And now there's two people that I'll talk about that are behind this. First off, is a gentleman by the name of Peter Rancy. He is the president of the National Bankers Association. He's been in banking for 40 years. And this young lady, Merle, she developed divisions of Merrill Lynch, Smith Barney, and she's been in banking all of her life. And she's the chairman of the board. And again, as I mentioned, membership to this is only $50 a year and $4.95. And so it's just like a Sam's Club or Costco. The difference is everything's online, that you get the discounts, and they're going to be phenomenal. Now, we are a social positive impact for banking. And these are the 4 areas that we're going to touch. I've touched these as far as the money. We're also going to talk about all those benefits that we have. And next time you go out for groceries and spend $150, you now have 150 fin credits. If you go fill your gas tank for $70, you have 70 fin credits. Okay, we've been talking about credits. What do those do? First off, in our fin store, you have all these different items. Give you an idea. We're going to have everything you can possibly think of. Automobile accessories, beauty, jewelry, a lot of luxury items, things that we used to be the push, but people will be able to stretch now and get something they have wanted all their life because it's 30 to 50% off. And seniors now will be able to buy a pair of jeans for 30, 50% off that were completely ragged and they're trying to figure out how to replace them. So we'll have it all. And this just gives you an idea. First off, these are ones that we've already contracted with, and this will be open and supposed to be in a couple weeks. Toilet paper, for instance, Cottonelle. This is the manufacturer's suggested retail price, $26. If you take 14 fin credits, you buy it down to 12 plus shipping. Now, one of the things, let me really be clear here. We want you to have us the first look. Check us out, see the discounts. We're never going to say we always will be the lowest. Somebody might have a sale on a closeout and have this for $10. Who knows? But we will be checking it daily to make sure that we're in the right. And every product here, we just want you to be the first place you go. And since you only paying $4.29 a month, if you'll see here, the toilet paper, $26, $14 fin credits, $12. Well, you just saved 10. So you're now only owe 40 for the $50 annual, but you'll save that quickly. Then we'll also have flash sales. This is up to 80% off. Now, why do we have these? First off, in a couple of weeks, we're going to turn it on. Again, membership is $50 and $4.29 a month. And in a couple of weeks, we're going to have, and by the way, you get 1,000 fin credits as soon as you swipe one card once you've registered it. And now, what's going to happen when you tell your friends that you got these 2 beautiful chairs, regular 150 for 30? They're going to say, where, how, let me know. When they sign up, you're going to get 50 fin credits. And so my question is at this point, how quick, for instance, a soccer mom, how many people in your soccer team are going to want this? So pretty soon, 10 people, the soccer mom has 5,000 fin credits to buy all kinds of things. Sleeper mattress, 100 retail, $15. And so for the employer, this is going to be fine because I'm going to show you the employer is going to get paid every single time their employer customers buy anything worldwide. And so they want all their employees to refer other people because they're going to get paid for them too. And travel, this is a huge one. We've partnered with all the vacation hotels, the condos around the world, vacation rentals, all of it. And so you'll be able to get everything 30 to 50% off. In fact, this gives you, for instance, Cancun here. If you'll notice, the regular price of this thing is $2,000. For our people, it's $1,237 and 851 fin credits. Another example, in fact, it was funny because right now you have the cruise on for Cancun. If you want to go down there as a resort, you can do it right now, a $6,000 deal and max 4,200 fin credits. You can have a week of all inclusive for $2,400. And this is not going to be a one-time sale. This is going to be regular. We've partnered with all these people. In fact, this will just give you an idea. For a hotel room on Priceline, this was $292. On the hotels, this is what it was. And as you can see here, it was $183. In fact, my wife just went to a conference in Vegas 2 weekends ago, and at the Four Points Sheraton, and they had this conference price. Well, for 2 days, she beat that conference price by $45. Needless to say, she just made back the $50 annual, and that's just starting. And the next part we're really going to help the employees with is their help, and employers, this is for you. But the other thing I really want the nonprofits to realize is these employers want these benefits, but they can't afford them. And you're going to be able to provide for them through your separate sponsor company, and you're going to get paid. We're talking telemedicine, dental, pharmacy, and I'll get to that in a second. Academy, soft skills, we'll get into that more. And decision maker, we're actually going to help people with their finances with financial tracking software. And so the big ones is telemedicine. Now, let me mention 3 things here on telemedicine. Your employees will no longer have to take time off to go to the doctor. They just call 24 hours a day, as many times as they need, and talk to a doctor. Many times when people go into an emergency room or urgent care, all they need is a prescription. And so now they can get it sent to their local doctor. And plus the fact, if you look it up, telemedicine online is $29 a call. Again, this is $19 a month for unlimited. And then dental savings. I don't know if you're aware of it, but right now, I heard this statistic, 30% of families are not getting regular dental checkups or the procedures they need, because medicine here on free pharmacy is something people have to do. Dental is voluntary, but if you'll talk to all the dentists and the doctors, more people neglect their teeth. It actually goes into the body and makes them sick. And so all 3 of these now are going to be available to employers that want to help their employees. And these are the prices. And I'll go into this more. For the telemedicine, complete fitness program, nutrition, and different things here, we'll even, when you have a high cost prescription, we will actually source it to find the best place to buy it, lower cost. And That's 1995 after the fin credits. And the regular price is $24.95, getting 25% off 5 fin credits, $19.95. The employer can buy this for the employees, or the employees buy it for themselves. And when I was talking about health, we'll have an app here. It has 13 different things it does on it. Just cover 4 of them. First off, it connects with your Fit Tracker. So it is the completion of all the other things you're doing for health. In fact, if you have any of these diseases, you probably wonder, what should I be eating? We have an app that will tell you with 3,600 recipes. For instance, if you had diabetes or something, we go into it and we monitor it. Plus, if you decide that you want to work out and you don't have the money for a gym membership, we have 30 to 60-minute workouts at home. And if you need to go to the gym, we have that too. We're going to completely support your employees in ways that just hadn't been done before. And then, of course, if they want to keep track of everything that's going on in their body, we have cameras and so forth that'll do that too. All for $19.95, folks. And then if you had the problem that you haven't been able to afford dentistry, for $10 more a month, we're going to contract with all these dentists across the country for up to 42% savings, $10 more a month. And so all the people that have now not been able to go to the dentist will be able to. And last but not least, this is a huge one. For $20 more, we're going to have pharmacy. Now, first off, there's 800 medications that you'll be able to get free. Yes, free. In fact, people ask us, how does that happen? Well, I don't know if you're aware of it, but Amazon makes 50% of their profit from Prime memberships, because memberships is the answer. People pay every month and they don't have to overcharge for the individual costs. But the other big one here, 1 out of 12% of people have diabetes. One of the things we have, 3 things we have here for diabetics is, first off, free syringes, free test strips, and much lower cost on insulin. And so this is going to be absolutely huge for the employers, again, that want to help their employees keep healthy. But this is also a big one. It's called soft skills. Would you like your employees to learn to lead and collaborate with others, solve problems, resolve conflict, manage their emotions, and reach for goals? This gentleman here we have partnered with, Dr. D.L. Wallace, and he has developed a system that is absolutely phenomenal for teaching the soft skills. And who says that? Try Wall Street Journal, Forbes. They've all written articles on how fantastic his education is. And it's all video instruction online, 8 minutes a day, and it's proven results. And employers are going to be able to provide this to their employees. Again, all of this is $90 a month. And the other thing is, now the employees will be able to download apps that will completely help them with their finances. It follows all their finances. It gives them all the information to make stress-free decisions, and also manages their investments and so forth. Lets them see what's happening. So people that can't afford a financial advisor or one they trust, then, well, I won't say that. There's our financial advisors we've had for 25 years. I don't want to give the impression they're not trustable, but now they will be able to read your information and help you on a daily basis. And again, tracking, correction, smart budgeting. The other thing is all these small companies that don't have a CFO, but they need some financial understanding, goal setting, and so forth. We have an app that goes along with that. So we're also going to be able to help small companies. And these are the costs. It's a la carte for the telemedicine, and the app is $19.95. And if you want dental thrown on top of it, if you want the pharmacy benefit with the diabetes and so forth, and now if you want the Flourish Academy, That's usually $80, and ours will be $50. And the decision maker is only $10, and that also includes the $4.95 for the cards. So if an employer wants it all and his employees need it all, $90 after they buy down for 85 fin credits. And so we're really going to make resources available to employers that just haven't been there before. And again, I want to back up here and mention nonprofits. You know, companies out there that need this badly. And now you're going to be able to provide it with your separate sponsor company. And the executive director, the board of directors established this company. The max it costs is $1,700, $1,800. And then you have a business with very little overhead. And all you do is introduce companies to it and they want your product. And again, the membership is $50 a year and $4.95 a month, so we can track all your credit cards. Now, what's next? The next is I'm going to be talking about income, what's available to the employer, and what's available to the nonprofit. First off, I have to read this disclaimer. Finmore does not guarantee any level of earnings. Earnings are based successfully on building your Finmore business owner community of FBO offices that do the same. All commissions are paid on commission qualified Finmore business and their Finmore members. Now, put that into perspective. Again, to become part of this, if you wanted to start helping nonprofits set this up, it's $199. All the restaurants, all the companies, everybody, the employers pays is a one-time $199. And then they can offer this to all their employees. And now here is where I want to, Zach, I want you to do some math. We're going to put it as a restaurant. This could be a car dealership. This could be a furniture dealership, somebody that has a lot of people coming through daily. First off, let's say a restaurant. The restaurant buys the business opportunity for $199, and then they set up all their employees for the $50, and then they set them up for the minimum $50 flourish. And so now I think you'll agree with me, a medium popular restaurant will have 50 customers a day, correct?
Oh, yeah, I agree.
Now, and like people said, that's a pretty small restaurant. But anyway, multiply that by 7. 350, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And let's say they have that barcode that this QR code I just said, sitting on the table with some explanation. One side of it talks about employers and one talks about individuals. When they sit down and they watch a 3-minute video and they find out they could do all these savings, would you say conservatively 1 out of 7 will buy this? Zach?
I'm sorry. What was that, Les?
Okay. They're sitting down. Somebody comes into the restaurant. They sit down for lunch. And there's a placard up there. One has the QR code for employers and the other side for individuals. So the individual or the employer downloads the QR code and it shows a 3-minute video. And so would you say conservatively 1 out of 5 will sign up? I mean, 1 out of 7 will sign up.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so that equals 1 out of 7 of the 350 is 50 a week, correct?
That is correct.
A week, 1 out of 7. Multiply that by 4. That's 200, correct? You there?
Oh, sorry. I muted myself. Yes.
Okay. Now, multiply 200 times this 5.
Times what?
Times this 5 a month that the restaurant owner is getting for all those customers.
Well, that's 1,000.
Right. Now, if that's why we tell the if the a nonprofit can set up 3 restaurants, now of course that's 3,000, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And so that's $3,000 a month coming into the nonprofit. Now multiply it by another month at 200. Now we've got the original 1,000 plus another 1,000. Now we're at 200, 2,000.
Right.
And multiply that by 3 restaurants. We're at $6,000.
Wow.
Multiply that another month. As you can see very quickly, the nonprofit can get funded very well. And the restaurant loves them because they are now retaining and hiring quality employees. But let's talk at the big one, and that is this one. If you have connections to this baby, these, do you know if you have any connections to a data company that has 10,000 employees? Multiply that by the 5. Because now you can start to see the first level just for the telemedicine and the app is $2 a month is the commission. If they do everything, then they're going to get 15. Now multiply 15 by 10,000. That is the possibility with this. If you have the connections, and believe me, when your supporters find out that this is now available to the nonprofit they really appreciate, they're going to open up all kinds of doors. And so going back here, and the other thing we haven't covered is in 2 or 3 months, we plan on having the debit cards out. Now, for each average family on the debit card spends $2,500 a month. That also gives $5 to the restaurant owner. So now, after a month, again, that 200 people times 500, we've just doubled their income. And there's many other bonuses, but I'm not going to talk about those. The only ones I want to talk about is the residual income. In fact, for everyone that has the all cards, you get 30 cents a month. We'll multiply that by 10,000 employees. You find another $3,000 a month. And so a person can do one of 2 things. They can either become a member for $50, or they become the get into as a business, and you can do it both at this QR code. Now, the one thing is if you are a nonprofit, then it's different. We have to talk to Carmen, and she has to set up your LLC first before you become pay the $199 to us. What questions do I have?
We don't really have any questions yet. But Carmen is going to be joining us here very shortly.
Yep.
To in order to answer some questions. So, but yeah, look, I don't see what the downfall of this is at all. I mean, you get to save yourself some money once again by just doing the shopping that you already do.
Exactly.
So, has anybody approached you about any potential, like, what are some of the main questions that you get when it comes to this?
Well, the biggest ones that I've got is at this point, because we have not installed everything, it's all has to do with how soon we'll have the store, how soon will we have the referrals, because remember also on that restaurant, all of those patrons, they got in and now they're going to tell their friends. And so now all of the referrals from the people that ate in the restaurant, now the restaurant's going to get paid for those too. But it all has to do with process. By the way, just to let you know, at this point we have 148,000 members, because of that, that is just not done in 6 months. We used to be just the reduction in cost on products and travel. We went live with that in December. And even though we did not have a full many thousands of products, we had 4,700 people buy in 1 month. And because that we saved people 30 to 50%, we saved people $283,000, approximately $60 per purchase. And the other thing is we booked 283 travel destinations. And then that's when we shut down and redid the website and everything, because everybody wanted to come in and help be social impact. And then that's when all the flourish items came in. And so now that we're opening and doing that the next couple of weeks, we'll have the e-commerce website. In 2 weeks, we're supposed to have the referrals and so forth. So it's really time to get in. And that's one of the questions I've had is has this baby been born yet? Or has the roast been, baked and so forth? And the answer is yes. And so those are the questions that have been asked.
Well, this looks absolutely fantastic. As we've talked about in the past, things took a dramatic change, but it looks like it's picking up and going to even a better place than where it was before. And I'm just excited to see, as a member, I'm excited to see where we're going to be going with all of this.
Mm-hmm. And when you become a member and you log in, it takes 3 to 5 minutes because this is part of the banking system. So you have to have your passport, your driver's license, because they have to make sure you're not a terrorist. And that's all. And then you register your cards. And then the first time you swipe, you get 1,000 Fin credits, so you can start booking travel, and in a couple of weeks start buying products.
Yeah, well, it's, again, you're already paying for stuff, and this just gives you a chance to get some of the stuff that you want, need, or like you said, the diapers, toilet paper, stuff like that. Right now, that stuff's getting so expensive that getting a little bit discount on it. Let's be honest, everybody's complaining about the economy and everything that's going on. Well, don't just talk about it. If you want to do something about it, make your purchases help you pay for things. Then we can also support your nonprofits by getting this involved in local eateries, stores, or whatever. This is a great chance to take and really make a difference in your community, supporting nonprofits and making everything count. And that's, look, community pay it forward. If there's one thing that we like to repeat, is that we'd like to make sure that everything counts. Every purchase, every day counts. So, but, we are having, we're not seeing our friend come on yet, but
I'll call her and make sure.
Well, if you want less, we are going to we're going to be switching to our next segment. So when there's a new StreamYard link, and I just sent it to you in the messages. If you could copy that and share it to her, we've got a couple people that we're going to be talking to, but then we can continue our conversation later, fairly shortly after we talk to a couple other organizations. Did you find that link?
Actually, I have 2 or 3 people that was going to come on and they couldn't find the link, but it's over now. Okay, going back and find the.
It's in the private chat.
Let's see. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said you emailed it to me. I was looking at my email.
No. It's just in the private chat. I'm sorry about that, my friend.
Okay. Let's see. Where is the? I need to stop sharing, right?
Yeah, please. So, but the private chat ought to be over in the long corner. You'll see comments and private chat up top. There's going to be something that it should be a little button that's lit up. But you know what? You know what, Terry? It's you're not a thorn in the side. You're being very supportive, and I appreciate that greatly. So, but just keep up doing what you're doing. So
okay,
yeah.
Now, okay. I had to click out of that website. That's what it was. Okay, you said the private chat over on the right-hand side.
Yeah, it should be on your right-hand side. Your right-hand side.
I see leave studio. I see present.
It's up top.
Sign up, log in. Oh, private chat. Okay.
There you go. There you go.
And what am I doing with this?
Yeah, just going ahead and copy that and send that to her, because we're moving over to our 4th segment. So, which means we're starting hour number 15 in just a couple minutes.
Oh, wow.
So, and you two, if you want to come on here after a short amount of time, we can continue this conversation. Okay.
Okay.
So, but yeah, if you get a hold of her, we will continue the conversation after I talk to a couple of guests over there, and we can try to make a difference. All right.
Yep.
All right, sir. We'll see you soon.
Okay.
All right. Again, folks, look, saving money is always a good thing, right? We all need to save money. We all need to save money. We all need to make a difference. What better way than save money on what you already have to buy? And it's kind of what we do with Community Pay It Forward. Once again, your day-to-day, business purchases. If you come to Community Pay It Forward, look through our partners like Les Simpson, you make a purchase through him, he gives us a referral. Okay. We'll just say he gives us $10. And what happens is if you go to the communitypayitforward.us and you find the mission partners, okay, just look for mission partners, and they're under the Our Partners tab. If you go there, and you can find the mission partner that you love. We're not going to tell you which one to go for. It's which one do you love? And what happens with that? What happens is as soon as you decide, we take 8 of those $10 that Les gives us, and we give it to the mission that you choose. So, I mean, it's an easy way, the easiest way possible to it's the easiest way possible to support anybody. So we are starting hour 15. So if you give us just a couple minutes, we're going to switch segments. And coming up in this hour, we're going to have, hopefully we'll have Carmen join us. We're going to have Brian Gibson and Chris Kreis from Dose Outdoors Ministries coming on. So We're going to talk to Brien and Chris, and then we'll reconnect with Les and Carmen. So stick with us. We'll see you in a minute. All you got to do is just refresh the page wherever you are, and we're going to pop up because we have to switch segments. Again, thank you for your patience. Thank you for everything. Terry, unfortunately, the auction is not going well. We need people to sign in and bid. We've got a lot of things we're giving away. We need a lot of people to get on this auction. And just as a point, one of your tags has joined in, and she's become a competitor. So the Wilsons have a competitor. Christine Pacheco, you are entered in to win a trip for two to Cancun. Thank you. I lost track of my mind. But congratulations on that, and we will let you know if you win. But you better do this more than once because the Wilsons are really kicking it. So, all right, everybody. We'll see you in about 5 minutes when we switch over. I'm going to take like a 5-minute break, so we'll get right back with you. Keep this up. Let's get going. Scan the QR code. Let's get this. Let's get these things into the hands of people who will use them, and let's make some money for these 9 nonprofits.